Hi, everybody. It's
Hello! It's the Gangster Ghost show. Good
yeah,
morning. How are you, Logan?
good. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, it's still morning. I'm good. I'm good. Just driving around in Forza like I do sometimes.
Yeah. We think that video Big Bad Mama had is funny.
Let's watch it. You gonna pull it up?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's funny. Do you ever? Oh, where is it? Okay.
Hmm?
I found it.
Oh, good.
Still prophecy that have yet to be fulfilled. The mark of the beast, the Antichrist system, the papacy. The Antichrist system is the papacy. That is the Antichrist system. That's still in effect today. And what they're going to do is create their thesis and antithesis, and they're going to create a synthesis. They're going to be playing both sides. They're going to create a problem over here, give you the solution over here, rub with these religions, and then try and bring everybody into a global system. That is going to happen, Mark. We're watching it unfold before our eyes, Mark. It's going to be the papacy. The papacy is going to be a large part of it. And then it's also going to be the governments of other nations that are going to form a system of one world government, and they are going to create this facade of unity. But really, what they are doing is going to make you abandon Christ, basically apostatize from Christ, or die. So you make choice. Are you going to go along with that one world government, or are you willing to die for the name of Jesus Christ?
We saw that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was there for that. So he,
You
he
playing
he couldn't really explain what he meant. He's like, you can see it happening all around you. I'm like, what do we see happening? I don't see anything happening. Like I don't even know if there. I mean, surely there's a Catholic church somewhere here in Walla. Yeah, actually there are two, I think. But it's not like they're taking over. There's no beast system, no one world government under the Catholic Church. No, it's just not. Oh wow, this car's really slow.
You're driving, playing the same game.
Yeah, I know. It's my favorite game right now. Well, this and Fortnite, and I didn't even think I would like Fortnite, but I mean, I like playing with you guys, so
Thank you.
and I get to play with my daughter too, so that's fun.
On there, you could play the Lego game on there too.
Yeah, I saw all kinds of games on there.
Lego game. There's all kinds of different games you can play on there. Uh, one where that one where you can't build thing like no build game.
Oh yeah,
Another one where all kinds of different games on there.
and that building stuff always messes me up because I accidentally hit the button and then I start building and I can't get my weapons. It's aggravating.
And there's all kinds of other games on there. My nephew used to like playing the where you can just build stuff, build your own
Yeah.
city. There's
Oh
that
wow.
creative mode it called. Another one where you it's a different type of game where you're on your team versus another team where you have to knock each other, wipe out, get wipe out that other team. I guess it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Man, I'm fighting for last place because this car is so slow. Hey, that guy's his license plate is Logan Mex. That's funny
For real?
because we're in Mexico. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
for real.
Do you live in Mexico?
No, but this game takes place in Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Ah, see, that's what happens when you stop paying attention. You crash.
Hi, Miss Outcast.
It's Outcast. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Ooh, you sound
Hello.
demonic, kind of. Oh, that's better. Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, I
Oh,
think so.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
How's life?
Pretty good, I must say.
Yeah, that's good.
It
That's good.
started not the best, but it got sorted out, and here we are.
Well, good.
Yeah. Though I
We
have to
are
say,
certainly here.
I'm not. Sorry?
We certainly are here.
Yes, we are.
uh-huh.
I'm
You're-
not a fan of. I shouldn't say I'm not a fan of springtime because I definitely am a fan of springtime. But I'm not a fan of what it does to my breathing.
oh.
Ah,
Because
allergies.
allergic asthma. Because just talking to you makes me. So
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna do some serious inhaling. If you hear something weird, it's me breathing.
Hello.
Well,
Hi.
breathing is good. Hi,
Hi, Simon.
Yes.
Simon. Simon.
Hi, Simon.
Simon.
Hello.
Yes, Simon.
How are you today?
How goes it?
Good, good. Just finished working, so looking forward for the weekend.
Oh, that's good.
Are you
Wait,
Uh,
walking? Are you working on Monday?
Monday to Friday usually. Yes.
Oh, I was. Oh no, wait! It's not on Monday. It's on Tuesday.
Oh, you mean on? Oh,
Valborg.
you mean no, I think it's on Wednesday.
No, that's the 1st of May in
Yeah,
my
it's
calendar.
okay. Yeah, okay.
oh, next month I think is Mother's Day.
Yeah?
I'm not
Really?
sure when, but I think it might be
In,
next.
go on.
Oh,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
well, that's right. I think next month might be Mother's Day. Yeah, May 12th.
Yeah, in the US, here Mother's Day is around the May 20th.
Oh.
Yes. And let's see, yeah, so probably the 19th, I will think. It's usually on a Sunday, I believe.
Yeah, I think it is usually on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I
and the
don't know.
12th is a Sunday, so
I don't know
Wow.
nothing.
you do
You know nothing
What do I
about nothing.
know?
lots of things. What's your name?
Mark.
You see? Told you.
Oh, cool. Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Miss Outcast, did you see that video last night? Steven was at Dinosaur Adventureland.
I was actually watching that when I got the note of you being on. So
Oh,
I didn't see that video, but I'm watching the stream that Claude did
okay.
that you were on, Mark.
Yes, I was.
I'm about 41 minutes and 43 seconds in.
Oh,
About.
how long was it? I don't remember.
1 hour, 16 minutes, and 33
It's for adventure in Atlantis,
seconds.
Alabama. The rumor.
It sounds like we're about to watch it.
Ooh, I'd
I
love
heard it.
that.
I heard it.
Yep,
Let's go.
I had a lot to say
A lot
in
to
my
say.
head. Yes.
Tell me to pause it if you
Well,
want to say something.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Gangster, since you're on your laptop, why don't you let Deviant share the video so it doesn't skippy.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I'll send her the link.
All right.
I have
Awesome.
weird problem with my mic on my thing gig for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's the Illuminati.
It's gotta be. It's the only
Most
explanation.
likely. Yep. Okay, let's see what we can do. Down. Share. Addressing the rumors. Share. Oh,
Yeah. There it goes.
yes. And we don't need to. This might. No, it should work. Oh, yeah, right. That won't affect you. Yeah. So just shout out if you want something said or done or otherwise.
Okay.
Why did I do that? Why
What
did
did
I
you
do
do?
that? I
Oh, you.
stopped sharing instead of pressing play because I'm. Yeah.
That's okay. We forgive you.
Thank you. Okay, now we go.
The rumors just keep continuing about our ministry. It's hilarious. You should be here. It's October 20, or no, it's April 25th, 2024. And we got another rumor I'm going to try to quelch before it gets out of hand. This one's crazy. I get craziest thing. One lady said, "I love rumors. I found out so much about me I didn't know I didn't even know. Some people just love to spread gossip, rumor, slander. It's hilarious. Gossip is shared by the misinformed,
The king
who
of
often
spreading
sound like
gossip.
fools while creating ongoing drama and disorder." I like that.
Yeah.
Anybody remember Gladys Kravitz from the nosy neighbor from the Bewitched series in the 60s? Always
Oh.
spreading rumors. Her poor husband, Abner, shut up, Gladys. I'm not interested. Okay. She was
All right,
determined to
pause.
spread her rumors.
Pause. So, Big Bad Mama brought this point up last night. Gladys was seeing the witchcraft going on, and this was I Dream of Jeannie, the TV show from like the 60s, and Gladys saw what was happening.
Oh, Mark, you mean Bewitch?
Yeah. Huh?
I think it's Bewitch.
Bewitched? Is that it? Was it Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie?
Bewitch.
It was one of those. I don't remember. It was one of those witchy
Kent
movies.
says it's. Yeah, Kent says it's Bewitched. I have no idea. I didn't even know there was such a.
He might be right.
Show.
I mean,
Yeah.
these were shows from like the 60s, so
Yeah.
I'm not all too familiar with them, but my mom loved those shows, so I watched them sometimes. But yeah, Gladys was telling her husband what she was seeing. She wasn't spreading rumors. She was just telling her husband what she saw over there, and he thought she was crazy, but what she was reporting to him was actually happening. But
Oh,
the witch
so
person
it's.
didn't want anybody to find out, but Gladys was onto her.
So it's actually very, very close to the
It's
truth.
almost. I mean, I don't think Kent even realizes how close to the truth he is with this because
You secretly confirm it.
yeah, he's secretly confirming because the analogy is that Gladys is seeing some real shit go down and is talking about it, and now Gladys is crazy because she's talking about the real stuff she saw. So yeah, gosh, that sounds a lot like a situation that I'm quite familiar with.
Yep.
And I think it's
When
just
I was
funny how he.
talking,
Yeah, go ahead.
so no, it's just a silly thing. So there is this little mark here. I don't know. Can you see
Hi.
my cursor? on the
Uh,
screen.
I will have to get close.
In the bottom right corner.
Oh yeah.
There is a
It's
for
like
the channel.
it's like 4 pixels big for me.
Oh, okay. I thought, because when I first saw it, Kent was holding up his arm, so the inside of his lower arm was visible, and the mark was right there. So I thought he had gotten a tattoo. I was like,
my goodness.
what? When did that happen?
He
That's
received the
hilarious.
mark.
Yep.
Yes.
Kent took the Omni tattoo.
The Omni tattoo of Genesis Baptist Church. Yeah.
CSE.
CSE.
Does he still do that?
Bible.
Like he'll type out CSE, or the acronym for what is it, Creation Science Evangelism, but then he'll call it Genesis Baptist Church. CSE in parentheses Genesis Baptist Church. Like, that's not how that works.
No, that's not how that works. Oh, poor Kent. It's not easy. Or
No.
is it?
I don't know.
Nah,
Go ahead with
I
the
think it
video.
is. Yes.
Well, one of the 10 commandments is don't bear false witness. And I don't waste a lot of time on this, okay? But when a particular rumor goes around, I make a video about it. And this Tuesday, I'm going in to talk to the county commissioners about paving Pearl Lane. And some of them, all they've heard are bad rumors about us, because the morons around here spreading rumors who don't know what they're talking about. So I thought I'd put this video together in case they want to watch it, about false witness. The Bible has a lot to say about don't bear false witness. One of the big 10. These 6 things doth the Lord hate. A false witness that speaketh lies. Look, if I do something wrong, I can own up to it, okay? And I will, and I'll apologize. But these crazy stuff they're spreading. Joseph was falsely accused by Potiphar's wife and ended up going to prison over it.
Yes.
For doing nothing wrong. For actually.
There.
I mean, one of Kent's favorite phrases is, I did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have you heard Kent say that? I did nothing wrong. You'd think he was like a perfect person for all the not wrongdoings he's never done.
Almost saintly. Almost Christ-like.
It is quite sad that he also need a script to respond to his criticism.
That's very true.
Quite telling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was chuckling a bit when he said, I don't spend a lot of time on this.
Except he does.
Yeah, he does. I got 600 recordings of Cindy Lincoln. She's going to regret that. Yeah, but he got convicted.
Yeah. Poor.
He doesn't mention that.
That's so strange. He's such an honest man.
Yeah.
Accused by Potiphar's wife and ended up going to prison over it. For doing nothing wrong, for doing right. She tried to seduce him, the boss's wife. Read the story in Genesis 39. Jeremiah was falsely accused and put in prison. Read Jeremiah 37. The princes were wroth with him because of what he was saying, and so they had made up lies and put him in prison. Wow. Jeremiah said it's false. It's okay, folks, to defend yourself once in a while. I don't waste a lot of time on this, but if somebody makes a false claim about me and I have time, I'll defend myself. So, no, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm defending the gospel outreach of Jesus Christ, okay? Mordecai, falsely accused by Haman, and he defended himself. Let's see. Where'd it go? Mordecai. Mordecai perceived everything that was done. He rent his clothes, he put on sackcloth. You can read the whole story in the book of Esther. He was falsely accused, right? Paul was falsely accused a bunch of times and defended himself in Acts 22. He said, men and brethren, hear my defense. Let me give a chance to make a defense. Acts 22, Acts 24. Our governor said, Paul, go ahead. He said, for as much as I know, thou hast been many years the judge of this nation. I do more cheerfully answer for myself. I'm willing to answer any questions. If you hear a rumor, please call me. 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. Or if you can't get me there, try extension.
So I mean, credit where credit's due. At least he didn't compare himself to Jesus this time. I mean, every other character he could think of, yes. But,
Yeah.
did he forget that Jesus was falsely accused as well? Just like Kent?
Maybe
Poor
he's
Jesus had to go through the
saving.
exact same thing that Kent did.
Yeah. It's hard to
But yeah,
know
like I
who's.
said, credit where it's due. He actually did not compare himself to Jesus that time, which
That's
is a
true.
shocker.
Yeah. He
Carry on.
did compare himself to Mordecai, and I can't help but wonder if he was mistaken and it was supposed to be Voldemort.
What? Kidding.
I don't know.
Wow, this car
Maybe.
sucks too. Arr.
Mention 4. Say, Joseph, get Brother Hovind to answer this one. I heard a rumor about him, and I'll answer it. Okay. Paul was accused again in Acts 25 and Psalm 94. The psalmist said, "The Lord is my defense." So here's the latest silly rumor about Dinosaur Adventureland. I couldn't believe it. Another
Pause.
rumor to put down. I answered this a couple days ago in writing for the people up at the store. Here's what they're saying.
Jag trycker ju
My
paus
friend-
för bebben. Så.
So, I mean, he's reading these stories, or well, he's proof texting his theory that he's the same as these Bible characters. But right there, I mean, he said the Lord will or defend me. Why is Kent having to defend himself? If he's going to bring that up, why does he have to defend himself when he just said the Lord will defend me? Why don't you
That's
just
a
let
very good
Jesus do it,
question.
Kent? He's better at it than you.
Definitely more truthful.
Right.
And that's even true even if there were no Jesus, actually.
That's hard to be more truthful than somebody that hypothetically doesn't exist.
Yep.
a couple days ago in writing for the people up at the store. Here's what they're saying. My friend Chris Baker in Bruton called me to say the latest rumor is that our ministry, Genesis Baptist Church and Dinosaur Adventureland, bought the general store downtown Lenox to be a hen house for all my wives. Wow, it's amazing. The ones who have never even been out to see our ministry nor called me to ask me directly are the first to believe and spread silly gossip, slander, and rumors like this. They need to read what God said about bearing false witness. And I give some verses here.
If they don't know, how can they bear false witness?
Right.
It's exactly what Aiden explained or tried to explain to Lupin the other night.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
Kent
be
also.
misinformed and lie at the same time.
Yeah, like he's bearing false witness all the time.
Yep.
All the time.
All the time. Especially in this video. I've seen like 90% of it, but
Yeah. It
But-
doesn't look good for old Kenty boy.
yeah.
17 places. Anyway, for the Gladys Kravitzes out there, here are the facts to consider. I've been a born-again child of God since 1969, 55 years. I've been an ordained Baptist preacher.
Why does that matter?
Exactly.
Involved in full-time ministry for 50 years. I began the Creation Science Ministry in Dinosaur Adventureland in 1989 to teach about God's creation and combat the stupid and dangerous evolution religion. We produced 25 million DVDs in 42 languages. They circle the globe and bring.
And evolution is still a thing.
Another thing also, I wonder how many times he says I in one of these videos.
Hmm.
That's a very good point.
A whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Bring millions of souls to the Lord. A man in Seattle, I found out later it's not Seattle, I guess it's California. I don't even know where he lives. The guy called me a couple months ago thanking me for my videos that changed his life. He said, do you know any property in the area he could buy for an investment in rental income? I told him about this general store downtown that my longtime friend Tom Rigdon from Texas wanted to sell. And he bought it. I've never met the guy in Washington and have no connection to him or the store. He asked me if I knew anyone who might want to rent it, and if I knew anyone who could help fix the sagging roof on the old general store.
Oz.
My ex-wife, Cindy Lynn.
What does he mean? He has no connection to the store. Kent has no connection to the store? Are you kidding me? He encouraged Tom Rigdon to buy the store because Tom Rigdon wanted to live close to Dinosaur Adventureland. And Kent had people helping Tom with that place. Kent had his dinosaur there at that store for a very long time as advertisement. They're the scrolling marquee LED light that they used to have out in the window of that store was advertising Dinosaur Adventureland. What does he mean he has no connection to that store? He just used his own labor and his own donors to finish the place out for a residence. He has no connection to the store? Are you kidding me? Oh, wow. Okay, that just
He manages a lot of lies in a very short time, this guy.
Yeah, this one's only like what, 13 minutes or something?
Yep.
And it's just rapid fire dishonesty.
Lincoln owned 3 rental properties in the area, one on Highway 41, one on County Road 7, one in Range, Alabama. She was bipolar, had fits.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with the store?
It has nothing to do with it. It's deflection. Don't look here. Don't look at what I'm actually doing. Look over there. Don't question me.
I got nothing to do with the store. By the way, Cindy's bipolar.
Yeah. And she owns 3 rental properties. Yeah. So?
And I have no connection to those either.
Here's the address to them. Go harass them.
Right? Bad Hoven.
Dishonest, non-gemmed.
Fits of rage. She had one of her fits and 9 months later lied about me.
Again.
Convicted.
Again. Yeah.
Convicted. Yeah, Kent was convicted of domestic violence, domestic assault on Cindy Lincoln.
Convicted.
Yeah.
Convicted Hoven.
Unbelievable.
Body slamming her.
Or is
That's
it
another rumor we
perfectly
quelched on
believable?
October 26th, 2023.
Yes, I'm
last
afraid.
fall. There'll be a video in this series. Let's see. She finally left me for no good reason 3 years ago, and then illegally had bugs planted in.
For no good reason.
Yeah, also,
Go ahead.
It's okay for Kent to bug the place, or Steve Lynn, but no, Cindy can't do it.
Yeah. And here's the thing. He's talking about illegal wiretapping, right?
But she was living in the second house.
Yeah, that was her home.
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
her van. She literally bought the van. I'm not sure if it's titled in her name, but she did buy that van.
Yeah. So she can bug it if she wants to.
It's her property.
Yeah.
Oh, can't. And I wonder how many. Well, I already know because I read the comments. They're eating this stuff up. Praise Kent.
Of course. He's taught them well not to question him for a second.
Dare not question the Hoven, even though he lies a lot.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. I'm practicing to become a monk.
A Jesuit?
Mark, you're already a Jesuit priest.
Ah, dang it. Okay. All right. I gotta come clean. I am a Jesuit priest.
Oh,
no, I'm not.
Goodness.
I'm really not.
No, of course not.
I play one on TV. How's that?
Too funny.
My bedroom, my van, and my office, and had people retrieve the bugs. Totally illegal, okay, but she did. She hired a man named Stephen Boland to transcribe all the illegal recordings.
None of this has anything. First of all, none of this is true. Second of all, I mean, yeah, it's true that Stephen Bolin was involved in something with the recordings with Cindy. I don't know if it was transcribing them or whatever, listening to them at least.
No, he didn't transcribe them. He turned them into YouTube videos.
Oh, that's very, very different, actually.
Hmm.
But yeah,
He took the individual audio clips and converted them into what is it, MP4, the video format or whatever, and uploaded
yeah,
them to YouTube.
okay, yeah.
And he was so cheap about it. He didn't even pay for the Filmora subscription. He used the free version.
Oh, almost, yeah. But again, all of this is the old magician's ploy. Don't look here, look over here.
Yeah, I think they call it double speak.
Yeah, yeah.
Which isn't always a bad thing unless you're
Um,
trying to cover something up that's nefarious.
Yep.
you true.
I mean,
It's
an
very
example of
effective
double
for that.
speak would be like, my best friend passed away, but when in like reality would be, oh yeah, he got caught on fire and burned to death. Like it's so much more not offensive to the senses to say someone passed away, but then the actual events are a little terrifying. So that's double
Yeah,
speak. You're covering something up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, carry on.
can't help to think about something about not a split, but a split tongue.
Yeah, a forked tongue,
Yeah, right. Hmm.
and Kent talks out of both sides of his faces,
Yes,
both
and he
faces.
has exactly. He's a Janus-faced man.
Even called me after transcribing them to say, Dr. Hoven, you did nothing wrong. This Cindy lady's crazy. I would like to move to Lennox and gather info to write a book and make a movie about you and your unusual creation ministry you've had for 35 years.
Did he actually say that?
Definitely unusual.
Yes. Sigh.
He told me he was good at tech stuff. I'm not. So I hired him to help in our church office editing the scores of videos we make on creation and the Bible. He works on his book and movie idea after work and would like to interview all the neighbors, all the friends, all the enemies to figure out who is this Kent Hoven really. If you want to call him, he lives on our little cabin on Winston Bell Road. Stephen, come on up here. Stephen joined us
That's
on
the
our camp,
cabin that I built, by the way. Yeah, that's the cabin that I was building
Oh,
for me and my daughter before I left.
Did you
Mark,
build
did
with your
you?
bare hands? Oh,
I mean, I had some help
It's like,
and tools.
Mark, did you get any you put a lot of money into that cabin, right? Your own
Yes.
money.
Yes.
Did Kent give you any of that money in return because you left or something? Because
Kent gave me $700 the day I left
oh,
to
I
help
guess
me get back on my feet.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just like to point out Steven's shirt here. I would say if something is sus, it's definitely.
What does it say?
I think
Oh,
it's
sus.
Is
Yeah.
Sus is. That should be an arrow pointing straight up to his ugly face.
Yep.
Sus is me.
Yep.
Okay, get where you can see you there. And you, Cindy, is this correct so far that Cindy hired you to transcribe the illegal recording she made of me?
80 plus hours. Yep.
80 hours. and you record. I did not know anything about them. Okay, you listen to everything I've been saying secretly for 8.
Is that true that he didn't know anything about them
I mean,
beforehand? I mean,
the words came straight from his mouth. So if he's going to say, I don't know what they say, he said it.
yeah, I was talking about because he said he didn't know about
The
that there were
recordings.
tape. Yeah.
Well, okay. So if he wants to talk about the volume or the catalog of recordings, how many times did he brag about having over 600 hours of recordings of Cindy?
Yeah.
And he's going to get all his panties all up in a bunch because Cindy recorded him?
Hey, maybe
Hmm.
they are really pretty panties. You don't know.
I don't
Maybe
know.
he likes them. Maybe it makes him feel like a good little boy.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot more than some pretty little panties for Kent to feel like a good little boy.
Yeah, and I also kind of felt like throwing up as I said that. I would like to
Yep.
put
That
that
I
to
don't
the
even
record.
know how those words, not just how those words came out of your mouth, but how they came into your mind. Good
No,
grief, what is
I
wrong
don't
with
want to
you?
know. Those were some pretty dark corners. Ah.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Okay.
80 hours. Did I say anything wrong or?
No, and
Yes,
that
you
was the
did.
most
Lots of stuff
impactful
wrong.
part. Over
Oh,
80
yeah.
hours of audio, you never called her out of name. You were never disrespectful. You kept your composure, and you were someone who didn't know
Pause.
you were being recorded. So this is
So you don't even need the recordings for Kent to be disrespectful and calling names. He's lying about Cindy and saying she's bipolar, saying she's crazy, saying she throws these fits unprovoked and she left him for no reason. To lie about somebody is disrespectful. You don't even need recordings for that. But anyhow, one of the recordings that stands out to me the most is when Kent was talking to Chris Jones, the convicted and also
Oh
currently
yeah.
charged pedophile.
Yeah.
Um, and Kent was asking Chris to create sock accounts to harass Cindy and say things like, "You should tell her, I'm not bringing my kids there. I'm not bringing my family there because Cindy's divorced, and that's just against the Bible." I mean, Kent's divorced, so
Yeah.
I don't I don't understand how somebody that is divorced wants somebody else to say that his wife that he's trying to kick out of his life is harming the ministry when he is equally as divorced as what? There's got to be a word for that. Double standard, hypocrite. What else? I'm sure there's more. Friggin'
Oh, there are.
backstabbing, conniving, flying monkey having total garbage person. That's what he is.
Yep, you got that right. Yeah, and I also am thinking about uh, the video that Stephen, who is here portrayed to be some sort of witness and what's the not undermine the build up Kent's character to the
Yeah,
audience.
he's a
Uh,
brown noser. He's
oh
brown
yeah,
nosing.
he's
Which,
very brown, right
if you don't
here
know
and here.
what causes a brown nose, think about it.
Yeah. So this isn't beard.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, uh, the video he did with Cindy, where he is talking about how bad the
Yeah,
tapes
when it's being
of
honest.
Kent is. Exactly. When he
We
is
should play
saying
that
that,
next.
yes, we
Ooh.
should. We should. We definitely should. It's now decided. Just to see how honest this man is. And also how honest this man is.
Oh, I
Let's
think
make
you
it a game.
I think you mispronounced dishonest.
Oh, again, I always
Yeah,
do these that
it's
when
okay.
these two
Well,
are involved. It's so
there's
strange.
a language barrier, and of course, it's Hoven and Bolin.
Yeah,
Steve Hoven and Kent Bolin. What are you gonna do about them?
it's guy love.
This is a genuine response from a husband in frustration. Cindy, on the other hand, knew she was being recorded and still acted erratic.
It was
Okay,
She
when you are being pushed,
Provoked.
provoked constantly for not just days, not just weeks, months and months and months on end, all hours of the day by your husband, you're going to snap sooner or later.
Yeah.
Everyone does that.
And I believe
yes,
she has been apologizing for those outbursts too. So
She has, which she shouldn't. There is no
no,
reason for her because
no, they are
she has a
justified.
sane reaction to an insane man.
Yep.
and remember, Steven didn't go to Kent and say, "I list," like right after, like he's trying to make it sound like, and said, "I just listened to all these videos and you did nothing wrong." No, no, that's not what happened. What actually happened with our dear friend Stephen Bolin is Cindy had hired him to work on her cabin because Stephen didn't have a job. He was struggling to make ends meet and pay rent and all that stuff. So Cindy hired Steve and Eddie to help construct her cabin. Well, um, they didn't follow instructions and build her the 8 foot ceiling she asked for. They built her a 6 foot ceiling, and Cindy's 5'7", so that gives her,
Ooh,
about 5 inches of head clearance, which is kind of claustrophobic in a house. So Cindy
yes,
said, "This is not what I asked for. I need the 8 foot ceilings, so please fix that." Well, Stephen and Eddie pitch a fit, threatened to tear it down and not come back, peeled out of her driveway, and this is something that Eddie loved to do. He loved to peel out of driveways. It was his thing. I've seen him do it more than once
oh,
in more than two locations. So anyway, yeah, they and like Stephen Boland's yelling at Cindy, basically threatening her to tear down her house that she had paid them to build, and they didn't do it right. And Stephen felt really bad about it. So bad that he ran out of money, couldn't buy his drugs, and went crawling back to Cindy and saying, "Please, can I come work for you again?" Cindy was scared of him at this point because he had threatened her. So
yeah,
Cindy said, "No, I don't feel comfortable with you working for me anymore because of what happened." And Steve went straight to Kent and started this whole "Cindy's a psychopath. I listened to her recordings." Nah, nah, nah. And Kent, of course, being the uh, opportunistic predator that he is, doesn't care at all what Stephen Bolin had said before about Kent. All he cares about now is that Steve is, you know, running Cindy through the dirt. So now they're best friends. But it is
yeah,
kind of funny though because Kent never lets him live it down. He always reminds Steven of how horrible he was to be Cindy's friend and advocate for a victim
of
like
course he
herself.
does. Because every time he does that, again, Kent is a manipulator. It's what
Yes,
he does every day of his life. So every time he brings it up, he's reminding Stephen of how grateful he should be towards him and that he
right.
should keep his nose tight. I'm okay.
Yep.
Again, brown noser.
Get a little browner. It needs to be a little browner.
Yep, a
More brown,
little bit
Bolin.
browner. Don't forget. Don't forget.
Brown nose
Ah,
Bolin.
wasn't an
call
act.
you.
That was a real thing. But yeah, okay. All right. Let me finish a couple more slides here. Stephen had a cousin, Tabitha, and 3 teen daughters who needed a place to rent. I told him about the store, and she apparently rented it from the owner in Washington. I have nothing to do with it, okay? The store was loaded with, we'll call it stuff, but it was a lot of junk, okay? So I sent some of our guys.
So this is the store that he has no connection with, that he actually
No,
has
nothing to do
a
with
lot
it.
of.
Nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. It was only my best friend's store. We only had a major falling out, and he wants to sell it now. I don't know this guy in California, but I'm gonna put Boland's cousin and teenage daughters. I bet that's why Kent went for this deal, was because there's gonna be girls to marry off to his thug volunteers.
Creepy.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it's classic
Maybe
Kent.
maybe Boland will end up marrying one of them. Oh wait,
They were.
if cousins did that, cousins, is that legal in Alabama? There's some weird stuff that's legal in Alabama. I'm pretty sure you can marry your cousin in Alabama, like legally. Maybe it's like second cousin. I don't know how that works if it's your cousin's
But
kids.
second cousins you can marry in most places, I believe.
Well, then it must be first cousins, because I know it's unusual in Alabama anyway. Not to mention the age of consent being 16. So yeah, that's can't just. Why did he even
Yeah.
have to bring up that there's a house full of women and a bunch of teenage girls? Like, isn't that, kind of like doxing? If you're showing the house where they live in, telling men that, hey, there's a woman and 3 teenage girls here at this house, at this location, at this place. Here it is. Here's pictures just in case you get lost. I don't know. That seems like a pretty severe dox, if you ask me.
Yeah. It's a very sneaky one, but it definitely is. It's
And
definitely the kind of information that you should, as a grown person, know better than to put out on the internet.
right.
And he's supposed to be a leader,
Kent
so
Hovind
he should
doxes 3
definitely know.
teenage girls.
Yep.
That should be the headline.
And no one, unfortunately, is surprised.
Mm-mm. And again, he's saying, I had nothing to do with this place, but he sent his volunteers to turn it into a residence. Which, by the way, it's not zoned for being a residence. It is a commercial property. So they may be running into some problems with that at some point, if anybody
Yeah,
were so inclined to complain.
for sure.
Guys down there to help clean it out since it was Stephen's cousin. And we built a few walls to support the sagging roof. I told the owner I would do that. And we're done.
That reminds me of Scientology leader David Miscarriage, or Miscavige, depends on how you want to say it, who set up Tom Cruise, who we all know is a very poor man and can't afford to pay for things himself. He set up his entire staff with Sea Org members, who are the ones who write
C
they
Corp.
sign
Yeah.
they sign billion-year contracts and have all their they have basically no income,
Yeah.
and work more than, I mean, it's 24/7 basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not 100%, but the thing about using your volunteers to do work that has nothing to do, I mean, is Stephen DAL suddenly? Is he part of this so-called kingdom Kent's building? I mean, he's
Oh, Steve.
part of it, but is he the place or his cousin. No.
Mm-mm. Not at all. And it's funny though how Hovind keeps saying I had nothing to do with this. He brokered the sale, he did the repairs, and one of his volunteers' family members are living there. But Hovind has nothing to do with the place. Like, how disconnected do you have to be from basic reasoning? And like, can you even do 1+1 if you believe what he's saying here? Like, connect the
Can
dots.
As I
He's
said,
can
involved in
he's
this.
trained his little monkeys very well to not question anything he says.
and Cass
Yeah.
want to
Well,
be involved with everything because he wants to be like
exactly.
what is the word,
Dictator.
the guy who people wants
Führer.
to come to
Oh,
for
wait, that's
advice and stuff like that.
Yeah.
don't question the Führer.
I couldn't have said it myself better myself. Definitely. Yeah, I'm thinking, what exactly constitutes for uh, trafficking
Trafficking what?
of people,
Oh,
human trafficking?
Yes.
what constitutes it? I would guess if you are using them against their will in any way.
Yeah, but it has to.
But well, there's sex trafficking, there's labor
Yeah,
trafficking,
yeah. So
there's drug
this would of course be
trafficking.
labor trafficking
Yeah.
rather. Uh,
Mm.
I'm genuinely asking because I'm not going to say that's what's going on because I know way too little about it. It's just
Yeah, me too.
a big question mark in my head because this whole part about using his volunteers whom he has
They're
absolute control
mercenaries.
over.
They're missionaries. Even though I make
Yes.
them
They're
punch a time
living.
clock, they're
Yeah.
missionaries.
And to use them for work that's not connected to what it's supposed to be. There are definitely bells going off. So as I said,
Hmm.
I am not saying it's trafficking. I am genuinely wondering if it could, yeah.
Mm.
It doesn't look good, that's for sure. That's one thing you can
No,
say.
no.
Yeah.
Well, it's misappropriation of donor funds at the very least.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
We've had many hundreds of people come and volunteer to help us with Dinosaur Adventureland in the 8 years we've been in Lennox. Once in a while, some people must be told to leave or leave disgruntled. We have zero tolerance for drugs, alcohol, etc. Some people simply
Really?
Mm-mm. Well, I mean, unless you're Steve Lynn, of course.
Yeah. There are special rules for special people.
don't get along with others, don't have godly standards, or just have a bad attitude. We had a few like that leave in the last few months.
Kent doesn't
And they
have
went to the
godly
store and lived in
standards.
their car for a
Mm-mm.
few days.
Okay,
No, he does not.
he is talking about Skylar, by the way. If
Oh,
you weren't keen on
about
that little detail yet, he's talking
no.
about Skylar. So
To
remember a couple of months ago, Skylar went to Dinosaur Adventureland and spoke to Kent
yeah,
and was basically begging and pleading with him to let him stay, and Kent said no. So I'm assuming that Skylar went to this property and parked his van, which there's a photo of it in his slide here in a little bit of Skylar's van. Um, yeah. Who else could he be talking about?
yeah.
The timeline matches, the attitude matches. Skylar doesn't get along with anybody.
Nope.
He's very disgruntled. He's very disagreeable. He's a radical extremist uh, Judaism follower or pretender or whatever. I don't even think he's really Jewish.
Is that the guy you have been posting on your YouTube channel, Mark?
Yeah. I had to
Okay.
put a restraining order on him because he was threatening to have the Mexican cartels come kidnap my daughter.
What?
Yeah, FBI,
Yep.
CIA, NSA. No joke. These are for real people. And I'm definitely going to get him involved with Mark Stoney and his daughters, make sure he never sees them again. That was a message that he sent that prompted me to file a restraining order against him, an anti-harassment restraining order. And I got it for 3 years. It was
Good
needed.
job.
It was necessary.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I guess I'm not involved. The leaseholder told them
Again,
to move on.
I'm not
I think.
involved.
Mhm.
I'm 71, very happily married to one woman, Sandra Hoven.
So
Well, technically, no.
exactly.
Oh,
Plus, he says very happily married to only one woman.
Yeah.
I can't help but think, yeah, sure. What you could take that as married
okay.
one at a time, which also isn't. I mean, yeah. Anyway,
I
that was
gotta
really
pull it back a little bit and go back to the Skylar situation.
okay.
Because what he just said right there, what he just said is, I don't know. I guess the lease owner told him to leave. I'm gonna call bullshit on that. Because Kent called me, or I called Kent, and we were talking, and I asked him about Skylar, and he asked me what I would do about Skylar. I said I would trespass him and not let him come back because he's not up to any good. He's not stable. Um, the dude's out of his mind. He thinks he's like some kind of burned spy with CIA nanobots in his body that can control fifth generation fighter jets.
Yep.
He's threatened to kill Kent Hovind numerous times.
Really?
Threatened to kill a lot of people in our little community. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
he's very hot headed, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
He attacked me
you
in my
can say that.
bedroom. Like the dude attacked me in my bedroom, and that's what kind of initiated our
While
whole
on the stream, even.
while on stream. Yeah, and that's really what initiated our whole falling out. Because I mean, you're not gonna come to me in my bedroom, getting in my face, jabbing your fingers into my chest, telling me you're gonna kill me. Like, no, get out of here. Um, so I imagine, and this is a theory based on the circumstances that I'm aware of, and I just kind of touched on with you guys. My theory is that when Kent told Skylar he couldn't stay at DAL, he went and parked his van at the store, and Kent didn't like that either. So Kent told him he had to move, and now he's saying, "Oh, the property owner told him he had to leave." Well, how would the property owner living in Washington or California even know that Skylar had parked his van there? I mean, unless Kent was like, "Hey, there's this guy that's parking on your property. I don't want him around here. Could you have him trespassed?" Which I think, I mean, honestly, I think
Yeah.
that's the right move on Kent's part, but be honest about it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
There's no need to shroud it in secrecy.
I I would also like to just quickly point out I'm actually going to back there a couple of seconds. That should be okay. How quickly he goes from the number 10 point here to the next, where he is again lifting himself up to be some sort of saintly person, which
Hmm.
he is not in any way. It's just one of those interesting that shows how comfortable and how used he is to manipulation tactics.
Yeah,
Because
he
that's
thinks
what it
whatever
is.
he says, he thinks
Yeah.
whatever he says is going to be believed by default because he's Kent Hovind, the
And the
world's
scary thing
most
is,
famous
some
creationist.
people do believe him.
They do.
Yep.
I did for a while.
Yeah,
got
me
wise,
too.
I got wise.
But, yeah, me,
Yeah, you both did.
Thank God.
That's why. Oh yeah.
But
I'm
I was
very-
willing to listen to the other side of things.
Yep.
So it's like,
Something's amiss.
yep.
You wised up, and you're decent people. The ones
Why,
on the
thank you.
screen here are not.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. The quick change.
To move on, I think. I'm 71, very happily married to one woman, Sandra Hovind, secretary at drnet.com. I've never touched a woman I was not lawfully married to. I've never left or divorced any
He's
woman,
not lawfully
nor hit
married
any
with
woman.
Sandra.
Anyone who says otherwise is lying or stupid. Tell them I said so, and I'll tell you that to your face. You're lying or stupid if you think I've
Kent,
ever
you're
hit
lying
a woman. I
and
have not,
stupid.
or left a woman. I had a
Yes.
couple leave me, but I didn't leave one. Number 12. Our ministry has a worldwide influence in the customer base, so I'm not dependent on local support to survive. But we certainly
Wait,
do want to be a blessing here in the area.
Pause.
Yep.
His ministry has a customer base? Huh. Wait a second. I thought ministries weren't supposed to be run like businesses.
You would
Yeah.
think so.
I thought ministries were supposed to be nonprofit. So what's with
Yeah.
these customers? You'd think a
Better save this
ministry would have
video.
you would think a ministry would have a congregation, not customers. Maybe
Yeah.
parishioners, if you like.
Mhm.
Attendees, church members, customers. Something smells like fraud here to me.
Yep.
Yeah. A silent slip of the tongue.
It's the Freudian slip. The quiet part,
Yes.
out loud.
Did you say Freudian or Freudian?
Freudian slip.
Okay. But it's also fraudulent, you could say.
Oh yeah. Either way.
Yes.
Well, a Freudian slip
well as-
is when you say something that exposes a truth that you don't want revealed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to the world. We have had hundreds of people from the local area come visit to see our amazing 12,000 square foot science center with scores of displays that teach God's creation and our friendly farm animals. And they tour the 140 acres in one of our Jeeps or side by sides. They're nearly always giving glowing reports. You get to see the reports when visitors come in.
Nearly always.
Yeah, it's a great place. Come on. I've been
Almost
for 8 years
always.
for free. Come on, visit. We have 25 lovely cabins where the out-of-state visitors can stay for free. We've had 32,000 people come visit our ministry from all 50 states and 77
Wait,
foreign
what about
countries.
in-state visitors, customers? What about the in-state customers?
Hmm.
Did they not get to stay in the cabins? I was an in-state customer. I stayed in the
No.
cabin.
Oh, that's right. You were.
Look, from now on, anybody that follows Hovind is a Hovind customer. They're a customer now. That's what they've been relegated to.
What was that in the Bible when Jesus turned the table in the temple because they were buying and selling?
Money changers, yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna laugh so hard when Stephen Bolin gets demoted to customer again. And it'll happen. It'll happen.
Oh, definitely. There's a revolving door around Kent, and just keeps
The last
spinning.
time Stephen was there,
Oh,
he couldn't make it 3 months before he what is it called when turned on Kent? Yeah. Turncoat. And here's the
he
thing.
does that a lot.
You know, if you're a smart, savvy person and somebody has completely gone behind your back to stick a knife in it the way that Bolin did to Hovind, you don't want that person to be around. They're too much of a liability.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, Kent wants to forgive Bolin because he's willing to lie about Cindy. I wonder if he would forgive Mary Toko or Joe Hovind or Eric, his son, or his any of his family that he now basically is like, oh, they left me for no reason.
Mm.
I mean, it's not like Kent threw his first wife under the bus and caused her to serve a year in prison or anything. It's not like he led a public smear campaign against Eric for saving Dinosaur Adventureland from Kent Hovind. But,
Not.
I have nothing to do with it.
Not in Kentland.
Had about 270 baptized so far. We have open church services every night, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m., and Sunday morning, 10:30. We broadcast on many channels listed on drdino.com. We now have our own TV channel. What is that again, Joseph, our TV channel? Kent Hovind Creation Scientist. You can find that on Lightcast, Roku, Fire TV, I don't know, Apple TV, iOS, Android. I don't know what any of those are. Go find it.
Pause. Those are streaming services. I mean, they're not cable TV like he's portraying.
Mark.
Yeah.
I looked for it on Fire TV. I couldn't find it.
Well, he's probably lying. But like this isn't what you would consider like traditional TV. It's just another platform like YouTube, but he has to pay for it.
Oh.
Like you're not going to go to your cable provider and say, "Hey, I want the Kent Hovind channel," because it doesn't exist.
I mean, I know I have somewhat brainwashed myself with Scientology information, but again, it truly is like they all have read some sort of secret handbook or manual, like Cult Leaders 101, or maybe Cult Leaders for
the
special
48
dummies.
Laws of Power?
Huh?
Lupin calls it the 48 Laws of Power. And he said that I'm a master of it, or I've read it and I know it through and through, and that's why I'm a Jesuit.
Right, Aiden?
Hey, Aiden.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brett from GhostTV Radio here. Make sure you check out my gaming channel, Games You Love, and also check out Kent Hovind. He's got all kinds of channel situations on the cable TV now, way more than I do. I've only got GhostTV Radio, so remember one day I'll get to the level of Saint Hovind, but not yet.
Which one is less fake? Which one is more legitimate than the other? Kent Hovind's massive TV cable network, or Brett Keen's international radio station? Which one do you think is less legitimate?
Oh, less legitimate or more legitimate?
Either one, honestly. You can just clarify which one you go with.
Well, okay, so the fact that you can't actually find the Kent Hovind channel on the platforms that Kent is saying his TV channel is on.
That's true.
Kind of makes me lean towards the Brett King being the more genuine person here.
Yeah, it's not international radio station, but you know what? At least you can actually find it in the places he tells you that you can find it. That is true. Wow, it's a bleak existence when Brett Keen is more legitimate than you. Oh man. Oh.
These might actually be the end times.
Brett could take a page out of Hovind by changing his reference from subscribers to customers. He'll get a few more sales if he does. that. The missing mod keeping his Jilling t-shirt empire alive, so he's got to think long term.
I'm wondering how the Bolin ministry is going to pan out with the Hovind ministry, with him working directly under Hovind. I'm pretty sure that was the catalyst for Matt Powell and Kent Hovind falling out, because Matt Powell still wanted to maintain his ministry and make videos for his channel, while Kent Hovind didn't want that. Kent Hovind wanted 100% of Matt Powell's dedication.
I have actually been thinking the last couple of, I don't know, the last while about the fact that you don't seem to see much of Bolin on the Prolapse channel.
That's because the internet at DAL sucks.
You get to see plenty of Bolin here, though. You get to see plenty.
Yeah, he's taking up quite a bit of real estate there on the screen.
With his sus-ish.
Yeah.
Sus. It is a little sus, I've got to be honest. Sus is what, Steven? If it was sus is I, and then there was like a Yoda there on the shirt because it's like Yoda speak at that point, that would be pretty great. That'd be pretty awesome.
I mean, if you've ever heard Stephen Bolin say Jesus, he actually does pronounce the sus part in that.
Jesus.
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 He does. Listen to him. I mean, he doesn't say that name very often. But when he does, it's Jesus.
Well, he doesn't want to invoke his master too often, because he's one of the servants that just sits around all day and just just smokes a bunch of dope and drinks a bunch of wine, just hangs out. The other servants are toiling in the field, My servant hut is way bigger than your servant hut.
He's living in my cabin. Well, it's not my cabin. It's the cabin that I built. And
I'll have to ask him.
By myself. I did have help. Joseph actually helped. Joseph, the sound guy, helped a lot building that cabin, as well as Jeff and Mitch, who is Joseph's wife's husband that Kent married.
What?
Yeah. So Joseph, the sound guy, ran off with Mitch. Not Mitch. Mitch's wife, Bobby, and I think Mitch went crazy, and then Joseph and Bobby got married. But Kent had already married Bobby off to Mitch, so yeah. But I brought that up because both Joseph and Mitch.
Wait, is this the Joe the sound guy that we know?
Yes.
Like, is this the one that Christian debated? What?
Yeah.
This is some Kent deep lore that I didn't know about. This is like the stuff that you find as this is like when you're reading through a historical document and there's a little asterisk on like the middle of it and you're like, oh, what's that? And then you look at the bottom of the page and in like size 5 font text, there's like twice as much text as the actual page related to that asterisk. That's exactly what this is like.
Yeah, I actually have a video on my channel of one of the recordings of Kent that Cindy had made, and Kent he called Bobby and basically was asking her and Joseph, when they were coming back, and they should probably wait a little while so that and I'm paraphrasing and kind of putting my own editorial interpretation on it. But basically, he needed to wait a little while until the revolving door revolved just a little bit more so that nobody would ask questions about why Bobby is now married to Joseph instead of Mitch.
Oh.
He needed the turnover rate to be just a little bit more. Man, if Kent, I'm sorry, they're so synonymous in my mind at this point. If Kent operates a business the way that he describes it, then he definitely operates it like McDonald's. If our turnover rate's high enough, then the whole new staff by the end of the year will they won't even know how horrible the dregs of this business really are.
Yep.
What? We didn't have a grease fire last year. Oh, you know the employee from last year? Well, I'll pay you $500 for severance if you want to leave McDonald's if you want.
the ministry, the customers.
Yeah, the customers. Yeah, no, the forevermore. Mark is right. Forevermore, they're going to be. They're not Hovenducks anymore. They're customers.
Yep.
I just want to message Steven so bad. Just real quick. I just want to message Steven so bad and ask how high the roof on his cabin is.
Oh yeah.
How's that 6 foot roof on that cabin, Steven? You'll be like, actually, it's not 6 feet.
I don't even know how he thought that was a good idea. Stephen Bolin is like 6'4". So he's building a roof that's shorter than he is. Like, what on earth makes you think that's okay? Well, I guess I didn't feel like lifting my arms up that high. You know, it's heavy material.
It's a lot of work.
Drywall. You gotta put it up there.
It's a lot of work putting all that material together. I mean, like, what do you want from me? An actual competent job? What?
So 6 feet. That's like what's that in centimeters? 3 × 6, 100.
Here we go with the silly metric system.
She's doing it in Swedish too. That's the worst part. Is she can't even say the metric system that was developed in England. Might I add? She can't say the system that was developed in England in the King's English. I mean, come on now.
I was counting. I was doing math out loud. So it's 180 centimeters.
So we do the spurta and the burta and the skiba and the biba.
All right, real quick, I'm going to interrupt your video to share the one that I just talked about, just to confirm what I was saying about the Kent marrying Mitch off and then marrying Bobby to Mitch and then marrying him to Joseph, because Kent did the wedding between Joseph and Bobby as well as Bobby and Mitch. So
wait, how did we? Oh yeah, it was his cabin and he was the yeah, right. Also, let's not forget that we still have we are just a reminder for all of us, including me, the Steven talking with Cindy.
Yeah, this is 3.5 minutes long, and I'm gonna put it on 1.5 so we can get through it quick. But I just want those out there to know that I am not just making stuff up. This is what happened.
Should I stop?
Yeah, I'm sharing mine now, and I'll let you back on. Just real quick. Oh, that music's too loud and obnoxious.
Hey, Brother Hogan here. Are you help? You said you're helping Cindy clean up the house?
You can't hear Bobby too well, but that is Bobby.
So you're sleeping in the house there? Yay. Well, I have not heard from Mitch. I think he'd love to have you come back, but not if you come with Joe. Are you still with Joe? Well, I think he did a couple of days ago, whatever it was, and I said, that just won't work. I mean, everybody here's going to know, hey, she ran off with, one of our guys ran off with another man's wife, so you got to get the annulment and get it fixed. How's Cindy doing? I mean, I'm pretty angry with her over this whole thing, and No, about the whole house thing, her throwing Steve out, that was just unnecessary, but I'll take that up with her. Has she been working there with you all day?
So anyway, that was pretty much the end of that. You did hear him say, well, everybody's going to know that you ran off with another man's wife.
Clear as day.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I love how that just flies under the radar for a certain fissing fod in the chat. She's just like, oh, this is creepy. This is creepy that you're holding this man to account. That's creepy.
What? What's creepy? What's creepy?
We're apparently stalking Kent by recording his private conversations. This is the contention that was raised.
That's weird.
Stalking some guy and his private convo's friggin' gross. Do you think that's what was going on? No. See, what was happening was Kent was actively recruiting people to harass Cindy, to get under her skin, to basically gaslight her to kingdom come. It's called flying monkeys. That's what narcissists, they recruit other people to do their dirty work. And the reason they do that is it becomes very overwhelming to their victims, even to the point where they feel like maybe I am the problem. When you've got person after person after person coming at you with all these gripes and complaints, no matter how ridiculous and just out there they are, you're going to feel crazy when you have multiple people accusing you of the same stuff. You're going to feel like, wait a minute, did I really do all this? Am I really the problem here? But that's the goal of gaslighting. That's the goal of these flying monkeys. And there's many, many more recordings of Kent talking to multiple people, like the Chris Jones, where he was telling him to create sock accounts to harass Cindy. And then there's Brady, where he told Cindy, is like, or not Cindy, Brady told Kent, or Kent told Brady that he was going to put her bed in a tree. And then, of course, he's talking to then Ernie, talking about, I'm going to promote Steve to the board, where Steve was in Kent's ear the whole time saying Cindy's trying to take over the ministry, when it was actually Steve that was embezzling funds and literally trying to take over the ministry.
You know, it's crazy. The audio that's coming from my side of this live stream is also coming from my bedroom missing mod. So I guess everyone that's listening to me right now is just a perv. All of you just mute. Just shut your audio off right now while I'm talking, because I'm saying this from my bedroom. Case closed.
So that was Cindy's bedroom too. The van, actually, Cindy bought it. She owned it. And I mean, it's not illegal to record in your own home, in your own vehicle. It simply is not.
Nope.
And besides, Alabama's a single party consent state, so you don't have to have the other person's consent.
Nope.
You know we are listening. Well, I mean, yeah, I do know that you are listening. True. This is also one party state as well, one party province, I should say, rather than a state. But yeah, you only have to have one person's consent in order to have that be the case over here. So if Brianna really wanted to, she could make a recording of me and not have my knowledge of it, because it's totally within her right to do. And the only reason why I would be upset with her having a recording of me without my knowledge is probably going to be because whatever that recording contains is something that's damaging to me.
Yes. I got a video, a recording from...
Just draw whatever conclusion you want from
the whole...
that.
The whole 80-hour recordings that Steven said he listened to, which it used to be 70 hours, so I'm not going to nitpick over that discrepancy, but one of those recordings is Kent jerking off. So, the high and mighty super saint Kent Hovind, what he's doing in his private time, is not very becoming of, a minister. Yeah, Claude says, seems that both sides recorded, so no point Kent getting precious about it. Yeah, Kent actually out-recorded Cindy by probably 100,000%. She had 70 hours. He had over 600.
Yeah, but I'm sure the justification will be, well, Cindy recorded, so that makes it okay. It's just, it's never going to work. It's just a merry-go-round.
Uh-oh.
That's never actually.
It was a tit for tat.
Going to come to any sort of conclusion.
Cindy was being
it's like trying to tell the Ouroboros, hey, let me see your tail.
Yeah, it was like a tit for tat. I mean, Kent had been recording Cindy ad nauseum, and then what? Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, Aiden's breaking up, I think. Was
I
Aiden
can
hear you. Out for you guys?
Yeah, and you did
just talking,
a while ago.
Just talking ad nauseam was what you were saying, Mark, I think.
No, but like, here's the thing. Kent was recording Cindy, so Cindy's like, well, I'm going to record you. I mean, all's fair in love and war, right?
Well, no.
Claude
The
says,
hate would-
let's say tit for tat.
Yeah, tit for tat. Yeah, exactly.
It's going to happen on the apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
That's right.
I feel like you added an extra T in there that made it a completely different.
What do you mean? I did not.
Connotation.
I did not. Maybe
Where'd that
maybe
T
I
go?
maybe I was, maybe my connection broke up, and now Mark's gonna talk ad nauseam about it.
Well, it's gonna be okay.
His disposal to attack me with is nothing but ad hominoids.
I love it when Kent calls it an ad hominid. Close, but yet so far. Especially considering he's Dr. Dino, the one who hates evolution. I heard a doo-doo. Who's that? Who dat?
Oh, I just I had to rejoin on my Wi-Fi. That's why I was having connection problems, because I was on my data.
Okay. All right, go ahead with that.
That's probably why I sometimes had. Shall I play the good old video?
Yeah, you might have to reshare it. Go ahead and start it and see if it plays the audio.
Yeah.
Some of the shows.
It works. Good deal.
Oh, good.
But anywhere 20 to 30,000 people will watch it by the time the week is out. We have a worldwide outreach from here. Okay. My
I don't
answer,
believe that.
let's see. Some shows have get over 1 million.
We can.
I'm sure when he, well, first of all, none of his shows have broken 1 million in like, I can't even think of a single Kent video that has actually reached 1 million people. I've known of a few that have reached like a few 100,000. Maybe there are some that have since like gone away that I don't know about, but I really cannot think of any. And if they weren't like his seminars. They were his debates or something of that nature that were really like the super popular ones. Now I know that his seminars were really popular in like DVD format and whatnot, but it's not like, unless he's going to release the sales figures of those, that we're ever going to actually have a firm number on that.
So this video was uploaded a year ago. It's the one that, unless you're subscribed, it's playing automatically.
You know, I do.
7,800.
I actually think that Kent deserves worse than the death penalty, Missing Mod. I think that he deserves the lake of fire because he believes in Jesus. And I just hate that so much. I just hate the fact that he's just such a good, righteous, worthy man. And I dedicated my entire life to trying to tear him down because of just all that goodness that he's spread to all of these people. Like all the stable marriages that he's not only presided over himself, but he ministered in the creation of. I mean, like, all of the amazing testimonies that have come from people like Mark and Cindy and Mary Toko and Big Bad Mama, like, all of those, I resent those most of all because they're just happy and I don't have that in my life. So I just want to see them torn down as best as possible.
You're outing all of us, Aiden.
No, that's just me. That's just my motivation. I'm just speaking to my motivations, you know. I know that Mark wants worse than hell for Ken.
Of course.
You know, he thinks that hell's actually quite merciful by comparison. He's kind of trying to take more of the Islamic hell approach with Kent, where it's like super cold rather than super warm. Because Kent's like, he's an Alabama boy. He's been used to the heat his entire life. It's going to be way worse if hell's like super cold for him than if it's super hot.
So a month ago, 4,044 is the max so far. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are picking up the slack on the spreading the good part. Yeah, that's true. The Mark Stoney ministry that Mark totally runs and he promotes throughout the world, and openly states that he's partaking in and has customers for. You're right. They are absolutely equivalent, aren't they? That's what I would say if I was intellectually, honestly evaluating the situation. A good point,
Absolutely.
person in the chat whose name escapes me.
Shall I play? Yes.
I've done 356 debates with atheists around the world. I defend the Bible. My answer to one atheist question, where did God come from, has 900 million views when you add up all the channels. There's nothing secret or evil going on here. My daddy would say a person who believes gossip without checking it out or going to the source is stupid. A person who spreads gossip is wicked and evil. Daddy was right. Daddy was a Marine sergeant, World War II, fighting in the Pacific.
So let me get this straight.
Of his platoon.
The only way to discern truth from a liar is by going to the liar to actually get the full story. Gotcha. So next time I suspect that someone's lying, rather than like asking around people that I know have like been in contact with them for prolonged periods of time, asking a wide variety of people that have a lot of breadth and depth of different experiences with them, I should just go to the liar and ask them.
Yeah.
Isn't that what customers do?
By war's end. If anyone has questions or comments or hears silly rumors, please call me. My cell number, 251-362-4635. Sandra and I live in the first cabin on the left. If you want to share anything with Stephen, he can use in his book and movie. Contact him. He just moved here a couple weeks ago. He's doing a movie about me, and I got him on staff. Have you been banned from any?
I'm surprised we haven't seen a GoFundMe to raise money for that movie yet. Get on it, Steven.
We got some fan art from a certain sucker. Oh my God. Beautiful. I love it.
That's beautiful.
Oh my
Thank
goodness.
you, Truck Driving Billy, for that one. That was an absolute gem.
Big Bad Mama makes a good point. Kent spreading lies about Mark was very nice. And that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to support Kent, is because he just does such a good job of defaming people and trying to drag their name through the mud and make sure that they're like viewed as horrible on the basis of accusations that don't even have any evidence for them whatsoever. That's why I love and support Kent.
Yep.
Any buildings or looking at anything?
Nothing.
Look around.
I've had access to everything.
Yeah, okay. He works in the office at the Science Center, and here at 488 Pearl Lane. There's his email, StephenBolin89, gmail.com.
I wonder if he answers phone.
Up to Lennox from the west.
Huh?
I wonder if Bolin answers phones.
He's the secretary. That'd be great.
Yeah. He works in the office.
Oh man, yeah, he sits at Julie's chair. Oh jeez. They probably had to get a new chair. Who am I kidding?
Right.
West, you will see a house on the right. That's where Tom Rigdon lived. He bought the house, that storage.
Oh, the house where there is now going to be a lonely woman and her 3 teenage daughters.
Oh yeah, that's not that one. They didn't move into the house. They moved into the commercial property and turned it into a residence without rezoning it.
But was it the old empty general store?
Yes.
With arrows.
That's the arrow on the left. The arrow on the right is the house. It's a really nice house too.
That's the house, and here's the general store. Why don't you draw a map, Hoven?
And why is it so
Building
far
and the
away?
general store. He since sold the house, and he recently sold the general store to the guy in Washington or wherever he's at that's wanting the storage building right there is still available for sale. If one of you wants to buy it for our ministry, we'd love to have paint on the side of it this way to Dinosaur Adventureland. But right now, it's just sitting empty, storage building, okay? And there's the store, downtown Lenox. There it is, folks, the four-way, well, three of the four-way stop signs. That's it. That's downtown, isn't it? That's it.
We're going to turn that storage unit into another illegal residence. We're going to start an illegal residence empire. We're actually going to take individual storage units in there and turn them into like 80 square foot apartments. It's going to be great.
Perfect.
There's the store, and there's the Tom's house, and there's the fire department. Okay. So this is the general store they're arguing about that I have 3 wives in there. Or is it 4?
Pause. Can you zoom in by chance to the van there?
I don't.
Probably not. Well, it's clear
so,
enough.
no.
That white van, if you look at it like in full screen, there's a little box there, and that's his little generator box. And most vans don't have that. That was a custom add-on. And that's Skylar's van, and that's why I was saying earlier when Kent mentioned that some people that just couldn't get along with anybody and totally disagreeable and this and that and smoking and doing drugs, like they went and parked over there by the store, and then the owner said they had to go.
Yeah.
That's Skylar. That's his van.
Wait, Skylar isn't there anymore? Where is he now? I wonder.
No, that's Skylar's van in that picture. I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'm pretty sure earlier in Kent's this video, Kent was referring to Skylar when he said, every now and then we have to kick people out of here and tell them they can't stay here because they're rude and disorderly and they do drugs and stuff.
Is it this green in Alabama now?
Yeah, springtime. It's been springtime.
Yeah.
Big Bad Mama says Skylar is now a born-again Christian, according to some.
Yeah.
Wow, Skylar of Tarsus. I didn't realize.
You know what? I'll believe it when he actually changes his tune from wanting to crush Jesus' larynx if he ever gets the chance to meet him. Maybe I'll believe him if he takes that.
Stop lying about what he thinks about Jesus, Mark. Stop lying. He loves Jesus.
Why in the world is saying that Missing Mud? What are you talking about? Skylar got saved. Like, that's a truth claim. Is that true? Or are you lying? Okay.
She said something really weird earlier. She's like, single woman alone, probably lonely. What's your point? Just want to be rude? Aren't you lovely, Mark? It's like, oh, she got you.
So good.
What?
Okay, Missing Mod, that's one of his favorite death threats, is to crush someone's larynx. Yes, he said it to you, but he's also said it about Kent. He's also said it about Jesus. He's also said it about Big Bad Mama. He's also said it about, let's see, Aiden.
Rosie.
Rosie. A guy I know named Adam Steinbach. Peter DeTucker.
Brother Pike's friend he wanted to kill.
Brother Pike's friend. Like, he's a hateful person. He hates everything and everybody, and he's very vocal about it too. Yep. He hates Americans. Hates.
Yes.
And if you don't believe me, I can go and show you the videos where he says this stuff. I've got a long one. Anywho, carry on. That is Skylar's van, by the way. Whether it's there right now, currently, or not, I don't know.
So this blue little dot, that's the generator.
It's a generator?
No, I was asking.
Oh, well, let me pull up the actual video.
You said there was
the box. Okay, the box in the side of the van, and you have to kind of zoom in. Like, if you're on your phone and you're watching the actual original, you can zoom in and you'll see like a a square that's cut out of the side. It's a generator box. That's a customization of that van.
On the van. Okay,
On the
because
van, yes, yes,
there
yes.
is something blue standing here.
What's the timestamp there at that point? I've got it pulled up on my computer.
11:18. 11 minutes 18
11:18.
seconds.
Oh, that's 10:18. Oh, that is just a blue barrel, just like
Okay.
like a chemical barrel or whatever.
Yeah. A plastic.
But yeah, that is definitely Skylar Shannon's van. I knew that van anywhere. Very distinctive. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
We took the roof was sagging. As I told the guy buying it, I've never met him. I said, we will build some interior walls to support the roof. So we did. Built the walls, sheetrocked them, put a few extra rooms in. The lady living there has 3 daughters and her mother. So there's 5 women in the hen house down there. None of them are related to me, and none of them are married to me, okay? Nor do I go visit any of them. So we built walls, and even built a kitchen for them, a little bit, a kitchen wall, and that's it. Now there's rumor going around about me being a tax protester. Watch the video we.
Can't you are?
Yeah.
You 100% are.
That's another
You're
video
a sovereign
I have.
citizen.
It's another video that I have that it's all about how to avoid taxes and why you shouldn't have to pay them.
It's part of his, or was part of his DVD series.
Something Irish goodbye.
Ah.
That's not an Irish goodbye if you just announce it. You can't announce it if you're going to do an Irish goodbye. I mean, that's kind of like saying this sentence is false. Get it? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a paradox. It's not an Irish goodbye if you say goodbye. He was probably on a break and had to go back to work, if I were to guess.
No, he was in his I was going to say
Oh, he was at
bathroom,
home.
but the living bedroom.
Wi-Fi? Something about Wi-Fi. He was at work earlier today. Anywho, go ahead.
Yeah.
We did December 14th on that one on our channel, Genesis Baptist Church, and see how the judge and the U.S. attorney, John David Roy Atchison on the right, after he put me in prison, stole all the church property. Then he flew to Detroit to have his.
Did he really steal all the church property, or was it Eric Hoven, or who was it?
This guy had nothing to do with Kent's conviction, his prosecution, none of it. He was an assistant U.S. Attorney General, and he filed one document in that case, and it was after Kent had already been sentenced. It did have to do with the property, but the thing is that document had already been appropriately filed, so the document that this Atchison fellow submitted was retracted. He had zero to do with Hoven's case, but Hoven is going to make it sound like he was the ringleader. He was the one that was after Hoven because he's a pervert. And yes, it's true. This guy did. He got caught in a sting operation trying to meet a 5-year-old. Brought a jar of Vaseline and some gifts to meet a 5-year-old, and ultimately the guy did the right thing and killed himself in prison.
Well, it's the coward's move.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think that's a coward's way for a pedophile to go out. I think that if you're a human being and you harm a child, you should just do society the favor, and because there's such a hot debate about the death penalty and everything, and I think anybody and everybody would agree that pedophiles should not be allowed to exist in society. Well, yeah, they're gonna exist in society again. They don't get life prisons unless their crime was especially egregious and ends up in the death of a child. But yeah, I mean, thank you, Atchison, for taking it upon yourself to exact justice.
I'm calling it the coward's thing to do because of how he would. So his alternative is to try and stay alive in prison, which would be very difficult.
Right.
And that's more. Okay, no, I'm retracting that last part, which I didn't really say, but I have a suspicion, you could say, that he was facing, okay, am I gonna off myself, or am I gonna let some of these less nice fellows in here have fun with me first and then kill me in a way that I can't control?
Well, I think ultimately society is better without John David
Yeah,
Roy
he is not missed. He is not
Not
missed.
at all.
Nope.
Sex with a 5-year-old, got arrested and hung himself. Watch the video from December 14th about that one. Then the crazy bipolar ex-wife, by the way, Jim Bob Duggar helped pick me up at the airport from the prison when I got out. Then there's been a false act.
So one pedophile is wrong, but an incestuous sex offender is good? Question mark, question mark.
One is good, the other's not.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
Accusation of me body slamming Cindy, my ex-wife. I did not. We did a whole
Yes,
video
you
about
did.
that last October.
You were sentenced, Kent. You don't have to appeal your guilty conviction unless you have been convicted guilty. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kent Hovind going back to jail for body slamming his wife. This is the kind of stuff we got to put up with. That's from the Friendly Atheist channel. Hey, Friendly Atheist, you're lying. Okay? Be friendly
No,
about
he's
it,
not.
but I'll debate you anytime.
Kent was convicted.
Yeah. Creationist Kent Hovind will spend 30 days in jail after being found guilty of domestic abuse of his former girlfriend. Oh no, that is true. It's not his first time in jail. Also true. It's not the first allegation of abuse. Also true. It's also not a very long time behind bars. Also true. But it is a rare instance of justice being served, at least in some capacity. Also true. Even though that's more of a moral judgment than a fact claim.
So if you have any questions or comments, please call. I just want the truth out. What they're doing for, they're trying to hinder the gospel message from going out. They've done this all.
So why isn't every single minister, priest, preacher, crazy guy on the corner yelling about the end times, why aren't they being gone after like Kent claims to be? Why? I mean, there are probably a million of them around the earth. Christianity is the biggest religion. So, yeah, it's funny. Again.
All through history. I mean, read your Bible. It's hundreds and hundreds of examples. So any questions or comments there, Joseph? Good. So those are, so far, if you hear any more rumors, we'll make a 4th video. So these are the 3 videos we've done so far. October 26th, answering the false body slam. I did not body slam her. Then December 14th, answering the crazy idea about me breaking some law, being a tax protester. I'm not.
You
I think everybody should obey the law, including the government.
Both of those things, he was arrested and
they should
convicted
obey the law too. Okay.
Yes. Yep. Yes. In full accordance with the law.
Yes.
Anyway, I wrote my book about the kennel, about the prison system. You want to get that on our website, Dr. Dino?
What? written by Elijah Green.
Yeah, it was his pen name.
Oh, okay. I was confused by the parentheses, Dr. Kent Hovind. So he's not even truthful on his book. And I'm not talking about the pen name. I'm talking about the little, yeah. Are you a doctor? No.
Did you know judges are allowed to own stock in the prison system? And the more people they lock up and the longer they lock them up for, the more money they get on their secondary investment. Congressmen can do that. Policemen can do that.
You can do
Like
that,
double dipping
Kent.
to me. Anyway, thank you so much.
So, does anyone have the
Claude wants you to read out the Hoven movie title.
Oh, let's see what we have. Whoop.
I think it's called like exposing Kent Hovind or
No,
unveiling Kent
they're
Hovind.
talking. No, they're talking about in the
Unmasking.
chat. Humpty Bolin sat on. No, that's not it. He says our Hovind movie titles, so it's in the chat. Doctor Strange Dino, or How I Learned to Stop Paying Taxes and Love the Grift. Soot Kettle is the best. Surprised? No.
He is. Tell him to get his butt in here.
Get your butt in here.
Yeah.
Well, I only see one.
Wait, what are we doing? I'm sorry, I'm looking for something else. I'm doing some
Yeah,
investigating.
I'm trying to find the movie titles that Claude's referring to.
Oh. I don't know.
But the only one I can find is Soot's.
I have let's see. Boland's video somewhere when he was
No
against
country.
Cindy. Go ahead.
No Country for Old Kents.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Is that Kents or cunts? I'm sorry, can I not say that?
Gone with the Hovind.
Where is the Boland stuff? I may not have posted it. I don't know.
But it's on Cindy's, right?
It is. Yeah, I should just go to her channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, I'm in the wrong tab. Wrong tab.
Oh no.
You have to up your tab foo game.
Arr. Okay, Cindy has a lot of videos, so bear with me. Oh, I can search.
Yes.
Oh, is it in a playlist? Yes. Maybe. Oh, well, that's the video where he asked Chris Jones to cyberbully. Where is the video, Cindy? Your channel's a little tricky.
Huh?
The video with Bolin, I'm not sure where it is.
Wait.
The original anti-Hoven Bolin
Yeah.
stuff.
Hello again.
Hello,
There you
Simon.
are. The Rise and Fall of Stephen Bonin. That's BBM's.
Oh, that's a good one. That one, yeah, let's do that one because it's edited down.
Yeah.
To the good stuff.
Has Steven ever come on this stream?
You rang.
Hello,
Hello.
Howdy,
Now I'm
howdy,
happy.
howdy, howdy. Ooh, somebody else. Or no, you're sharing video. Yeah, let me go.
Yeah.
There we go. Put in full screen if you don't mind.
Yes. Me and my big old smile.
3090 County Road 7.
Oh.
I'm yawning.
I hear that.
You two baby do it too. Okay.
Stop it, I'm gonna yawn too.
It's contagious.
I did it.
Actually, me too.
It happened.
See what you're doing. You're infectious. Yeah, I'm sharing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And as always, ding the doing if you wanna sing a song. I don't know. Where? Oh.
It's
It's
Claude
silent.
Bose.
Hello.
Hello.
Blood.
You've made
Hello.
me come on. You've made me come on. There are so many titles that a lot of people have put a big effort into in the chat.
I couldn't find them.
Obvious, there's so many. You know? Oh God, it's gone forever, and you've put all this effort in, and we may as well have not said anything.
Oh, I'm
Aw.
so sorry for hurting
I
you.
am completely distracted with some research. I'm trying to find out if my claim that the convenience store there is in fact a commercial property that has been co-opted to be a residence, which is illegal. You can't do that.
Well, I'm going to
Only
read
flew
some of
over
these
the
things.
home. Yes,
You know,
please
because
do.
of the lack of ability. There's so many funny things happen in the chat as we go along, and they get missed, unfortunately. So the Claude will now read them because he can read these things, and he will attribute them to those who thought the names, just while Mark does his thing. Father Charles has a nursery rhyme. Humpty Bolin sat on the wall, Humpty Bolin had a great fall. Then Claude comes up with non-dog millionaire, not slumdog millionaire, non-dog millionaire. You know, then what else happens? Doctor Strange Dino by Soot Kettle. Or How I Learned to Stop Paying Taxes, and I Love the Griff. The 10 Commandments from Speed Romans. The 10 Commandments, and in brackets, well, maybe 11. Bowling for Dollars from Father Charles, and my one, which is better, of course, Bowling for Hovendine. The Life of Lion instead of The Life of Brian, from me, of course. The Big Bad Mama, The Brides of Bolenstein. Me, The Kent Mile. What else? Let's go. Best Little Hovend House in Alabama. That's from Father Charles, official, I'll give that's good. Oh, Claude Bowles. Dogs produce Dog Day Afternoon. Claude Bowles, not a fish called Hovend. Obviously after a fish called Wonder, but he's not a fish. God with a Hovend from Big Bad Mama. No Country for Old Kents. Yes, we've all heard that one. And the list goes on.
Oh, I have one. Nightmare on Kent Street.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Last Kent on the left.
Bolin flew over the Hovend nest. And Big Bad Mama, my favorite Hovend. So we've been very busy here.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for missing it.
You couldn't see it before. Hovend's Heroes. Hovend's Heroes.
Some of them honestly went over my head because I didn't know they were movie titles.
Yes, the connection, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some extremely clever ones. They're all by me, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. Instead of Dog Day Afternoon, Non-Dog Day Afternoon. I mean, that's pretty clever because, and not a
He's
fish.
not a dog. Yeah.
Not a fish called Hovend is quite a good one. He's not a fish. Instead of a fish called Wanda. You need to know these things.
We clearly do.
Claude is giving the education. Claude is leaving the chat now. He just he was getting more and more furious.
I can understand that. We're very happy for your involvement and your enlightenment of us.
Now, don't blow smoke. No, don't overdo it.
Try not.
I'll be watching and listening. Bye.
Bye.
Don't leave us. Guess
He
who's live
comes
right
and
now?
goes.
Guess.
Who?
Yes.
Chuck?
Lupin.
Nope.
Lupin.
Hoven?
Lupin.
Oh, who cares?
Shall I play the video? Answer
Please.
yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm playing it. It's silent and a.
Oh, okay. Silent for a bit because it's got the timestamps and everything.
I grew up on Kent Hovind, watching his videos. I was homeschooled, and he was a good portion of our curriculum growing up. So he was a common household name for me and one of my personal heroes through most of my life, except for the 10-year gap where he was in prison. And I really believe that's part of Kent Hovind's con, is he gets you introduced to these God-fearing people, and you feel the love, and you feel like you have a purpose finally, and you're actually working with your hands to help God build the kingdom until it all flips on you. I didn't meet a single person who had a bad thing to say about it, but that's part of the scam too, is how he rotates people out.
Yeah.
As soon as they catch on to who he really is, he has to send them away so they don't pollute the next wave.
Yes.
And he's keeping up an endless cycle of rotation for workers.
Wow.
It's a very in-depth scam. When I first arrived, I looked at Kent Hovind right under saint status. Like I did. I idolized him.
Over saint status. The thrill is gone.
The honeymoon ended quickly, and someone had called you a very derogative word, which Kent did not defend you. And from what Mark was telling me, is Kent was defending the other person. Which
Steve.
I thought it was Steve, but then I thought you said it may have been Ernie.
Okay, so when I had 7 witnesses tell Kent Hovind that I was not lying, and 7 witnesses say that Steve was lying, particularly Kenny and Timmy knew firsthand that Steve was lying because they had received the drugs from him. And Mark Stoney also said, well, Steve has lied on multiple occasions. And I believe Kenny and Timmy, they're not lying. They are confessing.
Right.
Why would they confess?
They had nothing to gain and
Right.
everything to lose.
And so Kent, rather than saying, wow, 7 witnesses, my wife must be telling me the truth. No, instead he calls Ernie. That's where Ernie came into the picture. Kent called
Okay.
Ernie, and Ernie proceeds to tell everybody there that I'm Korah, that Kent Hovind is Moses, and that I'm leading Korah's rebellion. Then anybody who stands up for me will be kicked off campus. And then you walked by when I was already gone.
Yep.
And you heard apparently Steve on the phone calling me
An effing bitch.
Yes.
Which apparently I hear was a routine for him.
Correct.
And it was also apparently routine for Kent Hovind to not defend his wife in that way.
Yeah.
Which I found then and I still find mind-boggling. How do you
Mind-boggling.
reconcile with not coming to your wife's defense? Like, that's sick and demented.
The only way is if he believes that it's true and that I deserve it. And that's what he always tells me. He said, you deserved it.
That's because he in himself is a demented man. I mean, he's a con artist. He's one of the best. He is the best con artist I've ever heard of. I don't know anyone who could match him to pull in the donations from real God-fearing people. And
unfortunately, he isn't the best, but he sure tries to be.
To have the wool pulled over their eyes that much, you've got to really know what you're selling, you know? And he's
Yeah.
good at that. But he's
a
good
good
at
actor.
it. He's good at it by limiting the information exchanged in that place. In order to stay there long term, you need to keep your ears shut. Because once you find out and catch on to what their scam is, you're no longer valuable. And that's when Kent has to get rid of you.
And since I was his wife, he had to do it in a more covert way.
Right.
Gaslight the hell out of her so she'll leave.
Well, that is Kent's MO. I never saw him send anybody away because he just didn't like them. He always pushed them until they snapped or until he found fault in them somewhere so that him asking them to leave was not on his hands. It was their own fault.
I wash my hands of the matter.
Right. And that's exactly what we saw him doing with you then. And now it's apparent to the whole world, anyone with a quarter of a brain, that that's what he did to you. He pushed and poked and prodded you until he had something to make him look like he would be justified by sending you away. Well, you know, that's who Kent Hovind is. It's never Kent Hovind's fault. It's always the government, or wife 1, or wife 2, or wife 3, and soon wife 4, or it's this worker or that worker. Nothing that has ever happened to Kent Hovind has been Kent Hovind's fault, because he refuses to accept anything as being at his own.
Remember that this is the guy who Kent uses or used in the previous video to prove his innocence, and that Cindy is some demented woman from the netherworld.
Notice how he said the next victim would be Sandra.
Yep. Yep. It's the same person.
Oh, Mark,
well, and
you know
you think, looking back,
I have
What do you
something-
say?
Oh, he did a response to this video.
Yeah.
Stephen Bone.
Yeah, he just basically said, well, I wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah, it was crazy.
you're like, well, if Kent Hovind has a problem with me, it has to be me. Surely it can't be this mighty man of God, and it can't be on him. So I need to change myself. And he gets you to buy into it. He gets you to believe.
Wow.
It's sick. It's the
insidious.
greatest con of all time. a couple of us gathered together while working and talked about it. Like, has Cindy told you guys she's not allowed to talk to anyone? And then I think Mark's the one that filled me in that it was just causing you problems, because anytime you said anything, anytime you tried to get involved in help, Kent would turn it around on you. And then it would become, no matter who was at fault, it would become your fault.
He really was trying to drive me out.
Yeah. I mean, we started seeing that while we were there. It's sad.
This is damning for Kent Hovind.
If more people would come out, it could be, and it should be. And anyone who is a Kent Hovind fan, I grew up on Kent Hovind. I dressed up for Halloween one time in my whole life, and I dressed up as Kent Hovind. I had the burgundy suit. I had the dinosaur tie. Like, I loved Kent Hovind. And I'm begging you, if you're a supporter of his, send your money somewhere else.
Yeah.
If you want to go visit Dinosaur Adventureland and see for yourself, fine. But do not give this fraud any more of your money. Give it to a ministry that actually cares about God's kingdom. It's like Kent Hovind wants Kent Hovind's portion, but he wants God's portion too. He's very greedy when it comes to your attention and your affection. He wants it all to himself.
He wants your affection. He's threatened or offended that you would go to God directly and not him for all wisdom.
And everybody there, I feel like, legitimately wanted to serve God in a ministry. So to hear that was kind of hard, another fear technique, because you didn't want to be thrown out of this ministry. And then for most people, once you have nothing left, unless you're a heck of a worker, you just have no more value. That it would make sense that Satan would have to attack it so often through Kent Hovind's actions. You know, if Satan himself didn't have Kent set up there, Dinosaur Adventureland would thrive as a ministry. And that's a threat to Satan's kingdom. I even got to the point when I was there of questioning if that was the scheme. You just always have to have a project going to keep the donations coming in. And if you're out of projects, what do? Well, you build everything crappy the first time, so you got to redo it. And that's the scheme. But that's because Kent Hovind doesn't legitimately care about the people coming to visit. He doesn't care about the safety of the kids. We've seen that. We know that. And the workers there do. We care if kids get hurt there. He doesn't. I mean, what's his famous saying? Just make another one?
You can always make another one.
You can always make another one. And he believes that.
Unfortunately, that's not a joke, right?
No.
It's not a joke.
And he believes that wholeheartedly. At first, you think, okay, he's just being funny. But you get to a point where you realize, okay, he's not. He really has no concern. The workers I've seen get hurt there. I don't know if any three words have ever described Kent Hovind better than lack of empathy. I saw that, and I don't even want to go back into it deep. But when the boy drowned and we went to the hospital and we were all weeping in the hallway and the boy's parents were in the next room crying over him because he was gone, Kent Hovind was in the lobby passing out pamphlets and asking people to come visit. There was no compassion. There was no remorse, no regret, no empathy, nothing. The fake smile on his face, that moment is what tainted his image for me permanently. I saw then that there was nothing genuine about him, that it was just a numbers game. And I think in the back of my mind, you know, that saying that he did repeatedly, you can just make another one, was going around and around and around. Like, that's when I realized he really meant that. Like, no child is special to him. You can always make another one. You were a blessing there. You made that place more bearable. When you realize that if it's not a cult, it's just a work camp in the guise of a ministry, you know, your brothers and sisters there who have the same heart as you, that's the only thing that keeps you from just going crazy, going mad, because Kent won't stop poking and prodding until he gets what he wants, and then he can send you away because he found a reason. So as a father of four, my warning to all of you guys, but first of all, don't sell everything you have to move to DAL. Please don't do that. And if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, don't send it to DAL. Give it to an orphan or give it to a widow. Please don't give this man your money. It's not going to the kingdom like you think it is. Multiple people accused of pedophilia or convicted of pedophilia are on the property with your children. I want you to understand, nobody who goes to DAL is vetted. No one. My family wasn't vetted. No one there is
And
vetted.
he wouldn't care even if he vetted you and you were a criminal, he'd let you on anyway.
Exactly. And then,
obviously Steve was running from the law from Missouri.
and that was a lie that Steve told in his video, the one he did at midnight, driving around all high and loopy and giving the midnight tour of DAL. He said, Chris Jones has been here like twice since I've been involved in 4 years. And I'm like, you liar.
Yeah,
Chris
big
Jones
lie.
was there 4 times in the 4 months I was there, or 3 times in the 4 months I was there. And I didn't even know about Brady Byram at the time. But knowing those two in the circle, and then I've seen another video come out that there's a third pedophile that's close friends with Kent that comes and goes. And it's like, man, that is a lot of unsafe circumstances to have in a ministry geared towards children. And it just gets to a point where you have to question, is there something deeper involved here? And God, please have mercy, that's not the case. But it's something that parents bringing your children there need to be aware of. Kent defends these people, and he defends what they did. And even with Chris Jones, he defends it as, well, Chris Jones was just playing strip poker with a 10-year-old. Oh my God.
Isn't
Chris
that enough?
Jones was playing strip poker with a 10-year-old? Like, is that not enough? Kent Hovind's going to be talking about how righteous he is and how he's being attacked again. And
By
he's going to
Satan.
make himself out to be a King David. And he is no King David. He is no King David. He works for the enemy. If you can sear your conscience, you can be successful there. But if you're a morally upright person whatsoever, it only takes about 30 days to figure out what's really going on.
It took me longer than most.
That's because you were married to him. And nobody wants to believe that they married the hustler of hustlers. And I always laugh when he talks about how he works harder than anyone there, 16 hours a day. He might be active for 16 hours a day, but I don't know if I've seen him once work a consecutive hour. I was here for 4 months before I did some negative interviews about you in 2020. I have seen a lot of positive changes here since I came to visit today.
Would you say it's a fair assessment to say we're simply trying to serve the Lord and build a ministry?
I think that's a very fair assessment, and I've seen you implement a lot of positive changes that I would have liked to seen when I was volunteering here. I feel positive.
Now, Mark Stoney, who was here for a while, is out in Washington now. He's devoted his whole life to destroy Kent Hovind.
Hey, that's
videos,
me.
a couple every day. He's eaten up with, destroy Kent Hovind.
Yes.
You knew Mark when he was here.
Rumors,
Tell me what you
rumors.
told you confessed today going for lunch.
Just that, there was several people here at the time I was here.
Poor Father Charles looks like he's in one of those kidnapping videos.
It's funny, like Stephen Bolin has turned on everybody that's on this video and is mentioned in this video.
Yeah. And he's the head guy of the Prolapse Boys.
Indeed, he is.
Kent's cap wearing days.
Oh, right before whatever happened prior or after.
Myself included. Mark Stoney, I know a few times, also did.
Okay. Now, we have a policy here, no drugs, no alcohol. If we find out, we ship them. Of course, I'm not going to babysit everybody. I can't watch everybody 24/7. I want people I don't have to watch.
Right.
Wait, he ships drugs and alcohol?
And in your defense, one of the complaints about some of the former workers was that you didn't apply that principle to everybody on, the volunteer.
If I knew I did.
Right. Well, I can verify that, the former tech guy who a lot of the issues came about is no longer here.
Right.
Not living on the property. You have stuck to your word, and you have dealt with that situation.
Okay. Now, if they think it's an hourly job or something, forget it. Move on. This is a ministry. I work probably 100 hours a week. Okay. I'm up at 4 o'clock working. I preach 6 sermons a week. I think I put a.
What did Steven say a couple of minutes ago? Something about him laughing about when Kent claims to work more than anyone else.
Yeah. A lot of time into them.
You do. You work hard. If I had any negatives to point out, I would say you're a very loving and forgiving man. I think you could show compassion a little better.
Yeah, I'm a little more of the general mentality. Hey, get that done, Why ain't that done? Whack.
And when volunteers leave and they have that much love for you, and we don't feel you're sympathetic with us at all, that hurts.
Yeah, okay.
Because we love you a lot.
All right, well, good.
I would just end on all the concerns that I've ever brought up on previous interviews have been addressed.
Is he trying to touch? No, sorry. Because it looks like Bowling is having his hand on Kent's right there.
Yes, it does.
It does look like they're holding hands.
Yes, it does.
I can't tell whose hand is whose.
No.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, isn't that cute?
Nothing wrong
and
with that.
Chuck's looking right at it like, what are they doing?
Oh. No,
Chuck is
love.
thinking, where did I park my car?
What have I gotten myself into?
Volunteer today because they're all off enjoying their day off. And so that's good news. The old tech guy who gave you a lot of issues is no longer here. He's not on property. I haven't seen Chris Jones anywhere here today. That's great news, so no concerns there. I'm happy. I'm glad I came today.
Pastor Hoven, this is a big pleasure because not only are you one of my heroes and you've helped me so many times through the years personally and through your messages, but you're also my every Sunday pastor. So thank you for.
What is this gesture he is doing? Is he portraying himself on the?
It's a T-pose.
Yeah. He's on the cross.
He's doing the T-pose. It's all the rage.
Okay, sure. I trust you.
For taking the time to do this for me.
Well, thank you. It's good to be with
His
you.
arm disappeared.
And I'll tell you, I've been there so many Sundays, and I was also privileged with the opportunity to be there for 4 months or 5 months as one of your volunteers. It is one of the most beautiful pieces of property you would want to visit. There's 14 lakes and ponds. You have 16. The giant 16. Okay, you have the giant cross.
And that number grows every
you
single
have the stargazing deck. I mean, if you haven't been to Dinosaur Adventureland yet, why not? Everything is free, and it's a blessing. I think one of my biggest questions that I've always wanted to ask you is, how do you keep focused on the gospel when you're under constant attack so much? I do have to admit to you, on my show the other night, I stole one of your jokes about Moses breaking all the 10 commandments at once, and it was a huge hit. So I want to give you credit for that. How often do you find yourself praying for the people that have tried to persecute you, for the people who have tried to bash you? I imagine you pray for everybody. I've witnessed you pray for people that come against you. I was just wondering, is that a daily thing or just when the Holy Spirit puts it on your heart? Yeah, and I have to say, in your defense, anytime she has asked me about you, it's more or less what she can get from you. But anytime you've asked me about her, it's about her well-being. You're really concerned about if she's okay. And I have to tell you, I've studied the charts. There's a lot of various charts out there. And I'm not just saying this because you're my every Sunday pastor, but I think yours is the most impressive and the most accurate. You know, how much time and detail did you have to put into it? Did it take you years to develop that chart? Now,
he is so
Brown nose.
not just, yeah, he's not just a little brown like Christian. He's very.
Can we start calling him Charlie Brown?
Oh, they're just enjoying time.
I've watched many, you know, before I met you, I've watched many different pastors on YouTube. And of course, I followed you my whole life. You were actually part of my homeschooling curriculum growing up. And the little nuggets that you give during your teachings are so much more advanced than anything I've seen in other people's. No, she's blessed too, Pastor. If I could have 24 hours a day to pick your brain too, I would jump on it. Now, I know that you have another 20 or 30 years in you to continue leading people to the Lord if God allows us to have that much more time. But on the off chance there's 40 or 50 more years before his return, do you have a person in mind that you would want to see lead DAL, you know, after you? Or have you thought about passing on the torch in the next 15, 20 years? Any preparation for that? I mean, I do think that's one of the most beautiful thoughts because you've been such a big impact on people's life, including my own from childhood. And when they go to visit DAL after your passing, to be able to go and pay respects to you, I think that's amazing. So I think that's a great idea, Pastor Hogan. Everyone, this is Stephen Andrew Bolin with the Proverbs 2717 YouTube channel. I have a returning guest, my most favorite guest, and my every Sunday pastor. This is Kent Hovind, YouTube content creator and the world's most famous creationist that you've ever known of. He's also a ministry leader at Dinosaur Adventureland. And if you haven't been there yet, you need to go. It's an amazing place to hang out at. Well, and I want to just say, at the time that this was all going on, and she was secretly recording you, she had given me over 70 hours of recordings to listen to.
Wait! I thought he said 80.
And you yelling
Yeah,
at
exactly.
Yeah.
See, I
But
told you. It changed.
80 is technically more than 70.
Yeah.
So he can go however high he wants.
So like I don't make stuff up when I talk on it. Like these are things that I know.
Yes.
My memory's not the best, but it's not the worst either.
Could be worse.
Could be much worse.
You remember your name earlier in this stream? That was just one of many examples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Though Stephen Bolin seems much more confused about things.
You
His
don't
memory
say.
seems to be lacking. Yeah. Weird.
Just a wee little bit.
Just like Kent keep changing, like he body slammed Cindy, then pushed her, then like all that stuff. So many inconsistencies in both of them.
Yep.
I never hit a woman, but you know I pushed her. I pushed her down.
She fell over my hip.
I accelerated her velocity to the ground in rapid succession. I didn't hit her.
I mean, he was holding his phone up with his right hand, and his
I'm
left
having
arm,
other hands.
his left arm was hurt. He said.
So bad.
Yeah.
So
and
injured.
it's on video. It's on video where he says he pushed her with his left hand.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he got a beam on that hand. It nearly broke.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
A beam of light, maybe.
Liar. Liar, pants on fire.
Yes.
at
I
her
have a
or
question.
abusing her, and there was none.
When the body slam incident happened, was there cameras in the room when that happened?
No, Kent didn't put cameras in his bedroom until Sandra came.
Oh, okay.
And Kent said so many times he was trying to get out.
Mm-hmm.
How can a grown-ass man of that size
But also,
can't manage to get out while his wife is pushing him out?
Yeah, and he says, "This is
Aiding
my
him.
house."
Yeah.
So
This
it's
is
like
my
not like
house.
I was trying to get out, and his wife is helping him by shouting and pushing him, get out, get out, get out.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get out because my wife keeps pushing me out.
According to Cindy, and I wasn't there, I didn't witness it with my eyes, but I did hear the commotion. But talking to Cindy afterwards, she never said anything about Kent trying to get out of the house because he wasn't. She wanted him out of the house, and she wasn't shoving him. She was trying to get the phone, and it wasn't like she was trying to wrestle it from him. She was kind of just like pathetically lunging at it because she knew she couldn't get it. She just wanted to, make a statement like, "Give me the phone, give it to me."
Mm.
I mean, you don't have to attack somebody to take their phone from them.
It's my house.
It's my house. Carry on.
Effing Kent.
I listened to the entire 70 hours. There was nothing. As a matter of fact, I was still on the Cindy Lincoln side when that happened, and that incident she bragged about to me that day. So I know that to be the truth.
What?
Can you go ahead and ask?
She bragged about getting beat up by her husband? What? That doesn't even make any sense.
No.
That makes absolutely no sense.
That could only happen in a masochist club.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I doubt she is one.
I very much doubt it.
Ask everybody to like and subscribe to this channel so that we can get this around?
No.
People on my channel, I've already told them, go to Proverbs 27:17 and put a note up on our channel about that. Right?
All right. Hey, thank you so much, guys. I love all of you.
I'm not going to put all this on my channel because I appreciate you doing this, brother.
Yeah.
As I told my folks, I don't want to pollute my channel. I'm talking about creative
there it
television.
is.
The whole thing is a.
I'm going to use your channel to shit on.
Yep. I don't want to use my channel for this.
No.
If there's a chance, there's a strike hanging over, let's put it on your channel.
Yes. Because I do not care about you.
Waste of time and resources, and she should just stop.
If I didn't love you, I wouldn't care. You're treating me like crap and accusing me from the get-go that you have to protect yourself from me.
One thing.
That is a
I think in this before the body slam happened in the recording, they are discussing that Cindy signed over everything to Kent and give him all her money and belongings.
Mm-hmm. That's what he wanted her to do.
Yeah, and yet Kent call Cindy a greedy bitch.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
you got it.
He is so pleased here. Ugh.
from the pit of hell.
Oh yeah, I'm going to remove my headphones for a while, maybe at some point in this recording.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna
up.
I'm gonna put them on afterwards. So yeah.
Take your recorder and get out. And be glad you have something on me with your little smirky smile.
I am not trying to smirk or smile.
You are smiling.
You are angry and bitter.
I'm
and
angry because you just started the conversation with an insult.
Not an insult.
Yes, it is.
All you've done over this whole thing is insult me, Cindy, calling me a liar 50 times.
Get that damn recorder out of here. If you don't want to make up with your wife, then don't. And now you're smiling again. Because you're so happy I swore. Now you got something else on me. Play it on the internet and say, everybody, this is why I had to leave my wife.
Oh, it isn't.
No, they didn't do the whole thing. Thank you, Big Bad Mama, for not making us
Yeah.
have to listen to that again. But there's a misconception going around that the stand-in for Cindy was Stephen Bolin. It was Randall, the guy that Kent says is now in prison for stealing from the ministry.
Hi, Claude.
Hello.
Hello, Claude.
Yes,
We missed you.
It was good
Claude.
not to have to hear the worst, but it was good
Yes.
not to hear that. It's horrible. Tell me, do you think underneath it all, that Kent actually trusts Stephen now? I've got my
No.
doubts.
No.
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 So
No, I
Stephen
was-
is being so, he's like, obsequious is the word. He's being just so over the top in his praise. Oh, you've got the biggest nuggets, all that sort of thing to Kent. I wouldn't believe it if I was Kent. I wouldn't at all.
They are leeching off each other, I think.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. And if this movie fails or turns out to not be good, I think there probably will be a falling out again somehow.
Oh, definitely.
So is this come from a Big Bad Mama? Has Big Bad Mama got the originals of these up? Is that what it's come from?
Yeah, I think so.
It's quite a useful document, isn't it? Really. I mean, some of the things he says, he says he changes his mind now, Stephen. But you really have to give a full explanation. It's just not good enough to say, oh, well, I don't like Cindy anymore. No, what are the specific things you say aren't true, and why are they not true, Stephen? And I think that would be a very interesting conversation. I don't think he'll ever have that somehow.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I think it's pretty evident that Stephen Bolin is a liar. I mean, how many times has he flipped on somebody? Like, that's his MO. He'll buddy up to somebody until they're no longer useful to him, and then it's, oh well, screw you. And now that Kent is once again convenient to Bolin, he's all buddy again.
But underneath doesn't trust him. It was interesting. I heard Stephen say he has 4 kids, which is a lot, of course. What's he doing to get an income to support those kids? Because I don't think they're staying at DAL with him, are they? So they must be with the various baby mamas. What's he doing in his life so to get money to support them so that they don't have to rely on welfare, which Kent, of course, hates? That would be a good question to ask. Yeah.
Sure would.
Because Kent doesn't support welfare, does he, in any way? He hates it. Unless it's him, I guess.
Yeah.
So I want to share something, and this is just me being kind of petty, but it really does get on my nerves. All right. So Kent Hovind claims to have 15 lakes on his property, right? So here is the county map and here's the legend. It tells you what's a lake, what's a river, what's a pond. And from what I can tell here on this Dinosaur Adventureland property, which is basically here's the property line, it goes all the way up here, yada yada yada. It runs here, cuts across there. That's the end of the property line. I see a bunch of ponds. The lighter blue are ponds. This darker blue is actually a lake. So if you want to be accurate about the what's there as far as how many lakes. There's one lake. The rest are ponds. Yeah, that's a little petty, but I mean, he says he has 15 lakes. He has one lake.
After rain, we got 32 pounds. Count puddle.
Is it
Yeah.
possible the fountains of the deep have broken open again and created some more?
Could be.
So anyway,
'Cause
I also found out
I've seen more craters on the moon lately, so maybe that's what's happened.
also found out a little bit more information about this here property, the gas station. It is a land value type 59, which makes it a retail zoned property. So despite it being listed on like Trulia and Zillow as a one-story residence, the county has it zoned as retail. Kind of peculiar, wouldn't you say?
Then is it allowed to have people living there?
No.
Wah, 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 wah.
You can't live in a commercial property. They could have it rezoned, but that's the whole thing. They have to do like a vote. I'm pretty sure to rezone things. You don't get to just haphazardly say, "Hey, I'd like this to be zoned differently." It's a whole thing.
So Steven's cousin and her family could be evicted from there? Kicked out?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure whoever's facilitating this could also be held legally liable. And it seems to me that Kent is the one who's in charge of this property, or at least managing it, because it's him that built the inside. It's him that put the tenants in it. So he has nothing to do with it, but he built it. He put people in there to live in there. That makes him a property manager. And if you're putting a resident, making a retail establishment or property a residence, you might run into some legal problems.
So could buildings be Steven's Achilles heel? He was making a building for Cindy, had a fallout with her, and now Kent has provided that building to his cousin and her family, and they get kicked out maybe, and he has
I mean,
another falling out with Kent.
I don't necessarily want to see anybody made homeless. I really don't.
No.
Even if I'm not like a fan of that person or what have you. Homelessness sucks. It's one of the most depressing states you can be in as a human being. It's rough. I've been there before. I wouldn't wish that on them. I hope they have it all straightened out, but like that's something they should consider because there's laws. It is a risk. Just like you can't open up like a business in your home, a retail business in your home that's open to the public. They come in and buy, and you do like a point of sale and pay taxes and all that stuff for business. You can't do that in a property that's zoned for residential. You can work from home. You can have a home business and ship stuff out, but you can't have it to where people are like walking in physically doing business in your home. There's some potential issues.
Interesting, yes.
And Claude brought up a good point. Kent doesn't own anything, so it couldn't have been his house. It's my house. Huh. Thought he took a vow of poverty. Relinquished his citizenship and all his property.
Some sovereign citizen bullshit.
Let's say that Kent owns that house, which he probably doesn't, but
no, it's owned by Creation Science Evangelism, which is Ernie.
Because if Kent owns anything, the IRS probably will try and get the back taxes from it. You see.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the reason. but I don't know what the limitations is on that. But yeah, so that's why he's very quick to say he doesn't own anything, but the next minute it's his ministry and it's his thing. So he can't keep the story straight. That's the problem for him.
And here's another map real quick. So this is the store right here, 3090 Highway 7. And according to the Conecuh County zoning map or parcel map here, it's still owned by Tom Rigdon. So this might be not quite updated. I don't know, but it certainly has Tom Rigdon there as the owner of this parcel.
I mean, I think it's quite wise for the three, what is it, 4 women to live there, because better than living at DAL where they, maybe Kent would be doing this embarrassing thing where he tries to find wives for the man cave. And I think a lot of women find that very embarrassing, and he doesn't know when to stop on that line. So I don't know who's in the man cave at the moment, but there might be some nice guys, but and there may be not. But Kent, when he tries to marry off the different secretaries, hated that. I think Julia hated that sort of thing, from what I can understand.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable. So this is Kent's house right here, and it's owned by Creation Science Evangelism. The owner is in Westville, Florida. So that would be Ernie.
What
Ernie
would happen
Land.
if can Kent get rid of Ernie, or can Ernie get rid of Kent? Who has the power? Because we know there's the board, but I think Kent really controls the board as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah.
Who has the ultimate say if things
Kent.
if things go bad? Kent does. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like legally on paper, Kent's name isn't affiliated with any property whatsoever. Because, like you said, if it was, the IRS would come and collect because he still has a massive tax debt. Robert Beatty said the statute of limitations on that may be coming up soon for them to collect. I think he got 10 years to collect, but he got out in 2016, so there's still a couple years left. That's when he bought the property. I don't know if that time to collect counts from when he was in prison or counts when he's released from prison. I don't know. That you'd have to talk to like a tax guy.
Yeah, it's funny because limitations normally only apply to a crime, the statute of limitations, but a debt I didn't realize. But it's probably a moot point because quite clearly he's never going to pay, and he's it's happening. So I think the IRS will be writing that one off.
Most likely.
It's unfortunate because that's how they pay for different things, and to take care of people who can't take care of themselves, which I know Kent hates. But we live in a society, and we benefit, and we it's give and take, in my view.
Yeah.
Give and take.
It's necessary for a functioning society. And it has humans realized that living together is safer than trying to make it on your own.
But back to the other question with Stephen, he is just so all over Kent. Being smarmy is the word I call it, smarmy wammy, and then you're wonderful, and you've got huge nuggets of truth and all this sort of thing. It's so obvious to us. Do you think it's obvious to Kent, or does he just think, does he puff his chest up and think this guy really likes me?
I would think. I would actually think the latter part, because of the ego on a narcissist in general. I'm not just thinking about
Yes,
Kent,
yeah,
but
that's
in
right.
general. Yeah.
But I do
And it's
believe
soothing.
Kent is having his sensors out.
Oh, definitely.
Mark, I have a question.
Yeah.
At DL, it's like, does Kent allow people to watch his critics? Like if he, like on YouTube and stuff like that.
Oh, he poisons the well with his critics to his people around him. That's what he did when I was there. Like he would talk about Robert Beatty and Theodore and say,
But I
"Don't
mean,
listen to
like,
these guys. They're working for the New World Order. They're trying to take down the ministry."
but if it's like finds out that, like, example, you are watching Theodore's videos and stuff like that, does he like, oh no, you have to go or something?
No,
To
not
get rid of you.
necessarily. I No, I don't think so. But he would advise people that, Theodore was working for the devil and the government brought Robert Beatty out of retirement to harass him. So just poisoning the well. I mean, I didn't know anything about Theodore. I didn't know anything about Robert Beatty. I didn't know anything about these people. But I believed Ken. I trusted him. So I didn't really get involved with him until, Robert Beatty started making videos about me. Not videos, but posts and articles and this, that, and the other. And I started talking to Robert Beatty, and over the years, um, we were pretty confrontational there for while I was at Dinosaur Adventureland, but we've actually developed a pretty decent friendship over the last couple of years. So I got a lot of respect for Robert Beatty,
He
and
was
he is a
on here the
Christian
other day.
too, by the way. Yeah, I know. He is a Christian too, in which that's something that Kent says he's like an evolutionist, whatnot, atheist. So yeah, he poisons the well. But I don't think if people were watching those videos, I don't think that Kent would ever find out. They would probably end up leaving before Kent ever found out.
Because I remember you saying also that Kent didn't like people having Bible studies, like.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he really didn't like that. He was so paranoid about people teaching doctrines that aren't his doctrines. He canceled a couple of the Bible studies, and then finally we just started having them in the morning before breakfast, and he couldn't really do anything about it. And by that time, we had some good Christian men that would stand up and say, "Hey, look, we are reading the Bible. You're not going to tell us we can't do this." And that's what we would do. But he would still come in right before breakfast and is like, "All right, what are y'all arguing about today? Time for breakfast. Where's the bacon? Close the books. Time for breakfast. We got to get to work." Very disruptive, very dismissive, and he would never join us for our Bible studies either, even though I had asked him numerous times, like, "Kent, come do the Bible studies with us." I mean, we read chapters and then discuss it. Like, that's what we're doing. We're not pushing doctrine. We're just reading straight from the Bible. But he didn't care. He didn't care what we were doing. He just wanted to have complete control over the information that's being disseminated about anything and everything there at Dinosaur Adventureland, especially the Bible.
That is very cult-like.
Very, very, very. And that was one of the things that absolutely irritated the crap out of me about Kent when I was there, was that he was so, not wanting people to study and have fellowship like that together. It was like, well, I do the preaching and I do the Bible studies around here.
Yeah.
It was infuriating.
I can understand.
Who left?
Who? Claude Bowes?
Yeah.
Don't leave us.
No, Claude Bowles.
Oh, do you know that Lupin's watching that same video you guys were watching of Ken and Bolin.
Oh,
Really?
okay. They're probably praising Bolin and Kent too, aren't they?
Yeah. Lupin, Lupin, D. He takes a
What was
clue
that
on
video of Lupin earlier today? You were playing. It was talking about some doomsday thing, I think.
Yeah.
What was that about?
It's about when Lupin realized that Mark Stoney is a Jesuit. Right, Mark? Right, Mark? See?
Right, Mark? Oh, what? I'm sorry. I was watching something on Cindy's channel that I have not seen before, and it's missing Maud being like ominously threatening.
Oh yeah, that was right with when Ken's channel was taken down.
He's like, "Have a great day. Your last moments." What the heck were you talking about, Missing Maud? Here, I'll share it. She's not very loud. It's kind of difficult to hear her. But I've got can't talk subtitles.
Oh, Mark.
Okay.
He just realized he's a Jesuit priest.
And until we see you next time, have a great day.
Name Allah.
Your last moments. You guys have an awesome day. Watch where you're walking.
Watch where you're walking.
God bless. Missing Maud out. Idiots leave. And until we see each other next time, have a great day. Your last moments. You guys have an awesome day. Watch where you're walking.
Wow. What was that all about?
Because Ken channel was taken down.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah,
Your last
she
moments.
blamed you and me and other people.
Oh boy. Well, anyway.
Did you buy him subs?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
It wasn't me.
Are you sure?
Hey, Claude's in the chat, he says.
Yeah.
So is Chuck. Chuck, get your butt in here. I got some questions for you there, Father Charles official.
Yeah, he's your rebel Jesuit priest. He needs to talk to you.
Yeah, Mark, did you want a hard priest?
Whoa, great. Yeah, well, great some cheese from Lord our Father and Jesus Christ. I gotta go feed the grandkids.
That was so funny. He called you a Jesuit priest on the show. Look, the Jesuit is here. This is crazy.
That's me, folks, the Jesuit priest. I don't even know what it would take to become a Jesuit priest. I think I would first have to be a Catholic, and I'm pretty sure you have to be like really
Then
high
you have
up
to
in
become
their
a
order.
monk.
Yeah, look, I'm lazy. I don't really have time for all that. I'm not.
It's so funny. Hey, he's the Jesuit here. Mark, you're so funny.
How to know if you're a Jesuit priest? Well, you either
With
are
Mark
or you're not.
Or?
Pretty simple, folks. I'm not a priest of any type.
I'm planning to start making also like Kent Hovind memes videos on YouTube. So.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Don't.
Yeah, but I'm like, if I'm going to do that, I'm just like waiting for like be mentioning in Kent Hovind's video about this Simon guy is like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Stuff like that.
He never mentioned my channel, not even once.
Aww.
What? That's an
Nope.
affront.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
But
No.
I think it's because I'm not talking about creation versus evolution, I'm talking about Kent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you are probably right. But still.
Wait
You
a
know when
minute.
you're like digging brown nosing bowling in a hole. And you hit
Oh, we got the
bottom
Jesuit.
as far as you can dig.
Oh.
we-
Sorry.
He's huge.
Oh, guess who's here? Brother
Billy.
Phil William Bob Thornton the third, second
Hey.
Junior.
Honk honk.
Oh. Billy!
I'm stuck in traffic, so I figured, screw it, I'll jump on here.
Well,
Yay.
Billy, we sick of that. Lupin said that Mark's Jesuit priest.
That
great.
secret wasn't supposed to get out.
Father Charles!
Father Charles!
Hey!
What's up? I'm out driving. I pulled over.
Okay.
You're not on 995, are you?
No.
No. Uh-oh.
Oh, so funny.
We're in trouble
It's
now.
hilarious.
Oh, no.
What do you think, Chuck?
Think about what?
All of this that's been going on here recently, you've been very quiet. You were featured today. You were there by Bolin and Kent while they were holding hands and talking trash.
Oh
man. You see the look on my face?
Yeah, everybody saw the look on your face.
I still remember that.
You look
I'm
so
like-
incredibly uncomfortable.
Yes.
I felt like going.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
This is hilarious.
Well, Father Charles, we think
Yeah.
that Lupin exposed Mark Stoney as a Jesuit priest.
Let's.
Sorry.
So, Chuck,
I've made enough comments about Lupin. I think everyone should know. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
So what does it take to become a Jesuit priest?
5 years of seminary and getting ordained. 4 years of college, 5 years of seminary.
So 9 years of education.
Now that's for Jesuit priests because they usually teach in universities and everything. That's why the extra. If you're just going to be a regular denominational priest, 4 years of college, 3 years of seminary.
So it's 2 extra years of seminary to become a Jesuit priest. And what
Right.
exactly is a Jesuit priest?
They're the teaching order. When they first came out, they were and they were protectorates of the Pope. And I don't mean like the Secret Service in this country. I mean what am I trying to say here? Oh man, I just had it in my head. If it comes back, I'll say it. But and
not
also
the Swiss Guard.
What's that?
They are not the Swiss Guard.
Right? No, they weren't. Yeah, nothing like that. Public relations for the Pope. You know, build up the papacy, and they go on secret missions too. They were sort of the CIA, but not the Secret Service. So there's different branches. I'm going through history quick here. That's not it now. But yeah, all Jesuits are very educated priests. That order. It's called the Order of the Jesuits. Yeah.
So why would someone like Lupin say that as an insult?
Well, because people of his caliber have all these conspiracy theories. So if someone doesn't believe the way the conspiracy theorists believe, they call them Jesuits.
Oh.
You know, they could be a Lutheran. You're a Jesuit. Like in your case, Mark, I think you're non-denominational now.
I don't really I think denominations are wrong, but yeah, sure.
Well, that's why I said non-denominational.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why he called you a Jesuit, because he just can't handle how you treat the evil atheist, and you don't follow his line of belief and thinking. So you're a Jesuit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and of course, all the conspiracists hate Roman Catholics. Now that I'm sure you know, Mark.
Oh yeah. I think there's a lot of history between the Roman Catholics and non-Roman Catholic Christians, but it's not like that anymore. You know,
Right?
It's not like what was that big massacre in France or France where the Roman Catholics just basically murdered Protestants because one of the kings was a Catholic and married a Protestant woman.
Yeah, the 100-Year War.
Was that the 100-Year War? Or
yeah, I'm pretty
there was like 70,000 Christians that were killed. Good grief.
Well, the 100-Year War was when the Roman Catholics and the Protestants, they were pitted against each other.
Right.
People say the conspiracists, the Roman Catholics, they murdered all these Well, you know what? The Protestants probably murdered as many Roman Catholics, burned them at the stake. It's always one-sided. But if you look in the history, Mark, you'll see. If we're going to say numbers, I'd probably say the Roman Catholics murdered more Protestants than that.
Bartholomew's Day Massacre in 1572.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
1572. So it's just in the beginning of the Protestant movement.
Right.
Yeah, but that was over the.
I didn't know you were talking about one specific item, but anyway, that's right. Yeah.
Here we go. I found something. It says the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre occurred on August 24th to 25th, 1572, during the French Wars of Religion. This event was a targeted killing of French Protestants known as Huguenots, primarily in Paris, also throughout France. The massacre began on the eve of the wedding of King Charles IX's sister Margaret of Valois, to the Protestant Henry of Navarre, who later became King Henry IV of France. The exact number of casualties is uncertain, but estimates range from several thousand to tens of thousands. Led to widespread violence and reprisals against Protestants across France and marked a turning point in the religious and political dynamics at the time. So, there has been some real beef between Catholics and Protestants, but that's not today. That was
exactly
in the 15th century. That's ancient history, essentially.
Right.
Well, it's not.
Not ancient history.
I'm just being.
Medieval history.
Yeah.
Father Charles.
Really old. Go ahead. Sorry, Logan.
That's right. Brian Dingerture is the same way.
Right, Dellinger, whatever. I've watched about 10 of his sermons. He's nuts.
Yeah.
I've never met a Catholic that wants to kill Protestants in my life. Never, not once. I've never met a Protestant that wants to kill Catholics, although I've met a lot of Protestants that hate Catholics.
And you know what? There wouldn't be Protestants if there wasn't the Roman Catholic Church.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That is a fact of history.
Oh, Father Charles. Here's this guy on this video of Achilles Watch said that the Protestant is the child of the Catholic Church.
It's an offshoot.
Yeah.
There was a big division, like Catholics and Protestants. Obviously, the Protestant Reformation.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. This one guy said people should go back to following the Jewish calendar, but he says it's God's calendar. What do you think, Father Charles?
Well, who wants to go back to the Jewish calendar?
I think there's one guy on Achilles' channel, video he watched.
Yeah, the one he was talking about, the eclipse and everything.
Yeah.
Well, who was the guy on our? Well, who was the guy on our Achilles channel?
Some guy.
Something about Passion for Truth Ministries, I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name.
The only reason I asked, it could jog my memory. Did I see that video? Did you play it on my channel, Logan?
I think so. I don't remember.
I don't remember either. But
That's
anyway.
okay, we forgive you.
Well, talking about calendars. People like Lupin should tear down their Gregorian calendars off the wall.
Yep.
That most of the world uses, at least the Western world.
Yeah.
Actually, you might as well say the whole world, or China wouldn't be trading with us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. They use two calendars. So I could say technically the whole world.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with using ancient calendars for study and to get an idea of time frames and things. It's actually very important in certain biblical prophecies to have at least a concept that the Gregorian calendar wasn't around in that day, so you don't, add up the dates wrong and whatnot, because the year wasn't, 365 and a quarter days.
Right.
Back in the first century. The Gregorian calendar, I don't think even came out until the medieval times.
That's correct.
Saint Gregory.
Well, my point is, you hate the Catholic Church so much and they're so evil. Stop using the Gregorian calendar to try to get along, especially in the United States.
Yeah. How are you gonna, Lupin, listen to me, buddy. How are you gonna celebrate 420 without the Gregorian Oh man. And St. Patrick's Day and Christmas and all of it.
Oh man.
Oh, Fire Charles, I still got that video when you were on there, when you met Lupin in person first time, I think, and it was Steve was on there, and he talked about the beef he had with you for being on Mark's show and the problems he had with Hoven. Remember that?
Well, I am for some reason public enemy number one with those guys.
Well, you were in the cult and you fell away, Mark. That's why. And of course, you hang out with these evil atheists, unsaved, going to hell, headed for the lake of fire, and laughing all the way like deviant right now. I'm going to start preaching here, bro. I'm going to start preaching.
Oh wow!
All us darn atheists, right?
Yeah. Well, if you ask Dan Posey, I'm an atheist. I got nominated for an Atheist of the Year award.
Oh, I know.
Wait, there's awards for that?
I was at your broadcast there. I didn't come on. I was in the chat though. I listened to the whole thing.
You were one of them too, Fire Charles. You were nominated.
Well, I might be worse than Mark though. Well, yeah, they like to pick on me. They keep wanting me to be Catholic, except for Dan. He knows I'm Orthodox priest, but the other ones, they don't like saying Orthodox priest. He's got to be Roman Catholic because they're evil.
Hey, that actually wouldn't be a bad idea for this little group, is creating a little award show. Atheist of the Year. I don't know what other
Catholic of the Year.
Fat Catholic of the Year.
Biggest telescope of the year.
I mean,
there's lots of them.
Let's have something like that at the end of the year.
It's the biggest of the year, just the biggest. That's going to be some stiff competition right there.
You know,
we could have the top intellectual for the year. We picked that. We picked from their side.
Yeah, they could have their own award show.
I hate to use the word side, but that's basically what it is.
Well, they're the ones that put themselves on a different side than humanity.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the way I think of it. I do believe in predestination. I do believe that some people are chosen, some people are not. But in knowing that, like, this earth, this world we live in, is going to be the closest to heaven that some people ever see. And we were called to love one another. So to be proper ambassadors for Christ, we have to show his love.
Yes.
I mean,
agree.
it breaks my heart that there's people that are not going to be, in eternity with me. It breaks my heart. It really does. But, that's not cause for me to be an asshole to them now. I mean, I don't understand. They say they care so much for unbelievers, but yet they block them all and then constantly ridicule. Like, come on, what's the game here? Like, are we not supposed to love our neighbors? Are we not supposed to pray for our enemies even?
This is why I saw, like, when I've been watching Promise Guy and this Lupin, and they claim to be Christians, and yet they despise the atheists and so much like hate towards them. So I like it's not very Christ-like at all.
Right.
I mean, it's like Alcoholics Anonymous. Also, everyone is welcome here if you're having problems. And the moment they step through the door, it's, oh, we fucking hate you. Get out of here.
I'm going to be doing a show with Achilles soon.
Yeah, when's that?
Yeah, we haven't set a date yet. I'm going to shoot for, like, maybe not this Saturday, but next Saturday. Just waiting on a time confirmation from him. He said as long as it doesn't interfere with the Proverbs guy stream, and it's not too late for him, he'd be able to come on anytime pretty much. So I'm going to be shooting for Saturday, probably next Saturday. I propose Saturday at noon my time, which would be 10 p.m. his time.
Well,
and he seems to like the...
I was just going to say I commend Achilles then. He's not afraid to get on the show.
Well, I think of that group, Achilles, as crazy as some of the stuff he believes, I think he does have the most level head when it comes to being able to talk to other people. I've never really seen Achilles just blow up on people out of nowhere.
Well, I have, but that's okay. We all have blown up one time or another.
Oh yeah.
I didn't mean that to knock him. No, I agree with you. I agree. He is level-headed for the most part.
He's a level-headed guy, like Logan says.
Well,
he's kind of a fascinating character. He really is.
Yeah, he's not afraid to engage with people outside his belief system. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Which I've never been afraid outside of my belief system. That's like when I first started doing YouTubes. I don't know if you remember, Mark, but I told everyone no foul language and all, and I don't care anymore. It's the culture we live in. So
yeah, I mean, it's words, it sounds, and unless somebody is, directly offended by these words and sounds, I don't think it really matters. Like, I mean, the Apostle Paul used a profane word, and it's recorded in the Bible. And I'm not saying, hey, go around and be a potty mouth, but there are certain emotions, there's certain statements that you get the point across a whole lot better if you're emphasizing with these expletives. I mean, that's a function of these words. They're expletive. They put exclamation to the context of what you're saying. And again, I'm not saying, it's perfect and good and always appropriate to swear and curse, but if you're in a room of grown adults who aren't petty and childish and get offended by the word damn, ass, or anything like that, okay. It's
that
not
offends
like
me.
this. I won't say it, Billy.
I'm just joking, by the way.
What was that? I know.
I'm just joking, by the way. Okay.
My point was, though, all the atheists that came on were very respectful of that.
Yeah.
Once in a while, there'd be a slip, and they go, "Oh, I'm sorry, Father Charles. I'm sorry." I'm like, "Chill, it's okay." So,
I got that on my channel quite a bit too. But I'm like, shit, it don't matter. And look, I am a Christian, and I do believe that we should have, good, uplifting speech that's edifying.
Right.
But the way our language works, like it's there to provide emphasis, and to express emotion, and to convey that in a more tangible way. Because it is shocking when you hear somebody say "F you, man."
Yeah.
Also, let's not forget that, as you said, these are words, they are sounds.
Yeah.
But the truth is that you can make a lot more damage using regular non so-called foul language words.
Yeah, I
It
would
has
rather.
nothing to do with the single word in question. It has to do with how you put them together. That's the whole thing about language. It's how you put words together.
Yeah, and deviant, some people can't put sentences together. I will not mention any names, though.
Dan Posey. Dan Posey.
Lupin.
And then one more. Deviant, you could curse me out right now in Sweden. I'd say, man, that's the sweetest. What did you say was so sweet to me right now? And I'd have no idea what you said to me, but it sure sounded good, Deviant.
Because it's just sound. I mean, I would rather be dog cussed up and down than somebody lie about me or lie to my face.
Right.
Any day. Like, throw every F-bomb you got at me, and I'm just going to be like, okay, well, whatever. But start lying about me and saying that I was kicked out of the military for being a psychopath, or, Mark Stoney's a stupid idiot because of his theology. I would much rather be dog cussed up and down.
Well, that's what it is. You get out of that belief system, and you're a Jesuit, Mark. What can I say? That's all I can say.
Yeah. Well, the holier than thou crowd is going to find anything and everything to be offended by, just so they can make themselves better by comparison.
Yep.
Right.
And they
I
have
was reading the chat.
Speak of
right. I don't know who made the comment. It was about Kent. They hope he lives to 2029 so they can laugh at him or something like that. I forget who made that comment.
I think Kent believes that the tribulation started in 2021, and that we are at the halfway point when the rapture is supposed to happen, because he says the rapture comes after the tribulation. The tribulation's 3.5 years. Well, here we are. Where's the rapture?
And where's the mark of the beast?
Exactly.
Who's the Antichrist? Well, if you ask Lupin, it's the Papacy.
Well, Kent stays a little gray there. He's smart that way. He's staying gray, a gray area. I'll tell you why it's a gray. Well, I'll tell you why I think because he says, we'll go through tribulation, but not the wrath of God. So he don't pin down that he's mid-trib or that he's post-trib. Just whenever the wrath of God comes upon the world. So that's why 2029, 2028, whatever it is, whenever he started his prophecy.
Yeah, I think the 2028 is supposed to be the second coming, but we get raptured before that.
Okay.
And that's
maybe I'm wrong, Mark. Maybe
I have watched his seminars, his What on Earth is About to Happen eschatology stuff. That is what he says, and in many videos he's been saying, it's coming like a freight train. The tribulation, it's here. I think we're in it.
Can anyone else feel it?
Can you feel it? No. Oh, sorry.
Everyone can feel it. Oh, man.
Talk about cold reading somebody. Can you feel something? Do you feel it? That's the great tribulation coming.
Right.
It's all around you. Can't you see it? Yeah. Sorry to disappoint the futurists, but we're not in the end times. The end times are very specific to Israel. and the Jewish state of basically salvation when it was exclusively for the Jews, and it was through sacrifice and temple worship. Whereas today, Jesus is our sacrifice. He's the one that fulfilled the law for us. He fulfilled the prophets. He fulfilled everything for us. He is our ultimate sacrifice. He is our high priest. We are his temple. That's the way that the Bible actually reads. So I really am perplexed by these people that are like, oh, it's a red heifer. They're going to build the temple soon. Wait a minute. Don't you have to have the temple in the altar before the red heifer? And doesn't that red heifer have to be from Jerusalem, not from Texas? And wasn't it only mentioned once in the Bible and had nothing to do with end times?
Right.
It's crazy nonsense. These people are just drumming up out of nowhere, and it's total ignorance. I mean, the first verse in the book of Revelation is, these things must shortly come to pass. The time is at hand. And at the end, the bookends of Revelation, the very end of it is like, come quickly, Jesus.
Right.
Like, he wasn't talking about 2,000 years ago. If you want to say 2,000 years in the future is a short time or quick, man, you need to go back to grammar school. If I tell my daughter to get ready quickly and she takes 2,000 years, I'm going to be upset. Just a little bit.
And can't believe like the moon will turn to blood and the sun will be dark, and it's like what is he talking about?
Yeah, those are
like literally is going to happen. It's like,
well, Revelation is a hard book. Anyone that says they understand the whole book of Revelation really don't know what they're talking about. Yeah. But I agree with the first wording, Mark. There's things we can understand, but all the symbols and all, you can bet that when John wrote those letters on Patmos, when he sent it out to the churches, they know exactly what he was talking about.
Oh yeah, and
they know exactly. They had total understanding. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the reason that it is kind of, I don't want to say convoluted, but it's full of symbology, imagery, allegory. It's full of that because John wasn't writing this so that the Romans would know what was coming. Exactly. He was writing it so that believers would know. And what did Jesus say when you see all these things happening? What are you supposed to do? You flee to the mountains, right? You flee to the mountains of Judea. How would they have done that? On foot. So us here in America, how are we going to flee to the mountains of Judea on foot? It's physically impossible. Well, it wasn't talking about, future nations. It wasn't talking about our times. He was very specific. He said, some of you standing here today, and this is in Matthew, shall not taste of death until they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds and the glory of his Father with angels. And then people want to say, well, that was a transfiguration. No, it wasn't, because he didn't come with angels.
All right.
That was Moses and Abraham. Mm-hmm. Not angels. Those are men.
You serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, about I have a question, Billy. That game you're playing is pretty realistic.
Yeah, it even has the sounds of it.
I bet it's got some nice force feedback too.
Yeah, they got the sounds and got the traffic to go along with it. It's as if it's real life.
Like a rumble
Y'all
pack,
should try
too,
it.
right?
Mark, I
oh yeah.
Reason why
I got it in the seat.
Why Lupin calls you a Jesuit, because you're standing up for the Catholic Church and he hates that.
Was I standing up for the Catholic Church, though?
Oh, you're saying that it's not the Antichrist.
Oh, of course it's not. They believe in Jesus. They believe that Jesus came in the flesh. They do. You have to deny that Jesus came in the flesh to have the Antichrist spirit. That's kind of a requirement, But the Catholic Church, they preach Jesus and Him crucified. They preach some other stuff that I don't agree with, but they still preach the same Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I think. Do you think so far, Charles?
What's that, Logan?
Yeah, the first time. Yeah, that's why I think he calls him the Jesuit, because he wasn't hated on the Catholic Church like he does.
So basically, he's saying I have an Antichrist spirit, or I'm part of the Antichrist system. Okay.
Equals the Jesuit, Mark. Equals the Jesuit. Yes.
Well, let me say this. I used to be in that camp where I thought that the Roman Catholic Church was an evil organization. They were inevitably gonna be the beast system, blah blah blah. The same stuff Lupin and Hovind and all them are saying. I used to believe that stuff. I used to sit in my room and pray that Jesus would hurry up and come back because I'm tired of this world. But when I started learning about preterism, it was like a paradigm shift. Like the veil, the crust that was over my eyes, preventing me from seeing what the words in the Bible actually mean in their context. It was just lifted. Like it's so much clearer now. Like this makes way more
I feel
sense.
exactly the same way, Mark.
Way more sense. Like it's a paradigm shift. It really is going from believing something that's unbelievable to something that actually makes sense and lines up with the historical facts instead of just this world of speculative fear mongering of we're gonna go through the tribulation and the wrath of God. Yeah, you just got to deal with it. It's depressing.
Well, we pretty much agree on most things, Mark. Very most things. Predestination, no. But I don't know if I ever asked you this. If I did, I'm repeating myself. But do you believe that Jesus, who is God, could return at any time? 5 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time.
No.
No, that's where we disagree. I thought that was where we disagree.
Well, I believe that Jesus' return was in 70 AD. He returned in judgment on Jerusalem. He came to...
I understand your second coming and all, but I'm talking about the culmination, the end of the world.
Oh, the consummation. I think the end of the world was the end of the Jewish exclusive... The end of God dealing exclusively with Israel. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that ancient Israel, what's in the Bible, has no resemblance whatsoever to the Israel we have today. They don't have a temple. It's a secular government. Tel Aviv is one of the biggest LGBT cities in the Middle East, if not the world. And I'm not trying to diss people that are LGBT or anything. I'm just saying, according to the Jewish tradition, if you want to keep the Jewish law, the government, if it was the government that is laid out in the Old Testament, they'd be killing them. They wouldn't be, advocating for LGBT lifestyles. They would be killing them and stoning them. But, ancient Israel is not the same as the nation of Israel today. It's just not. I mean, it's got the same name and it's in the same place, but it's not the same government. It's not the same people. There's no Sanhedrin. There's no high priests. It's just not the same thing.
Yeah, but get back to the end of the world. You don't believe there's going to be an end to this world?
I mean, ultimately there is going to be a heat death of the universe, and I think that is when death will even be defeated, and we're just going to go along in time until then, and that's billions of years in the future.
Well,
I mean, Christ finished his work on the cross, and he did what he said he was going to do as far as his return.
What is the verse? I think it's Matthew. For lo, I am with you always, even until the end of time.
The end of the world, the end of time. Yeah, well, they did change the times and the seasons and the calendars and everything. We don't go by the Jewish calendar anymore.
That's where we disagree. I think he's talking about two different things. Everything you said, pretty much historically, Israel getting sacked by Rome, Revelation, we'd probably agree on just about everything in Revelation from your point of view. Just about everything. But no, I'm of the, and it's part of my theology.
Sure.
That the world could end at any time. That's why it was so ridiculous and said 5, 6 o'clock this afternoon. So.
Yeah, I just don't see that in Scripture. I see the prophecies that Jesus said were coming concerning the end of the world, as have having already happened. And one of the big verses that kind of is two of them. It's what Jesus said in Matthew 24:14. He said, the gospel will go out to the nations and then the end will come. Well, in Colossians 1:23, Paul says that the gospel's been preached to every creature under heaven. And you can go into Mark, I think it's chapter 14, and the command is go and preach the gospel to the creatures. So when Jesus said, when the gospel's preached to every nation, Paul says, in Mark, Jesus said, teach the gospel to every creature. But when Paul says, this gospel that you have heard and has been preached to every creature under heaven, I think the logical conclusion is what's next is the end. The end. And what was the next major event to happen after, the epistles were written? It was 70 AD. And the destruction of Jerusalem.
Well, again, it's okay that we disagree, but
sure.
I'd say most more we agree. We're in the same camp, so to speak. But I think you need to separate a lot of passages that deal with the THE, big capital T, capital H, capital E, the end of the world. You have to separate some passages, a lot of passages, from what happened in, Jesus' time, the Apostles' time. But that's for another day discussion.
Oh man, I'm just now getting my Bible out.
Well, I don't have my Bible with me. I'm sitting in a parking lot.
Well, what type of Bible do you mainly use, Father Charles?
I'm sorry, what was that, Logan? You broke up.
Well, what type of Bible do you use the most? King James, American Standard? You there?
The KJVER.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I guess, yeah. My favorite translation's probably, there's two of them. I like the Dewey Reams, which the King James borrowed from.
Yeah, King James borrowed from a lot. It really did.
The Dewey Reams, got it right. You'll never hear them bring up the Dewey Reams unless they're going to knock it and say, no, that's not true. And, it is true. It's a historical fact, again. But anyway, a modern Bible, probably the New American Standard.
Do you use the Queen James Bible?
I like reading the King James.
Not the King James, the Queen.
The Queen James.
And the Prince James and the Princess James.
There you go.
Sorry. Well, Father Charles.
Yes.
What would you like to ask Achilles?
I think me and Achilles have had enough discussions. I'd talk to him again, but theologically,
Yeah.
I understand what he believes, and I mean this. I respect it. This is what these guys don't get. I respect everyone, whatever their belief is. I'll respect that. If they want to have a discussion, I'll have a discussion. And I didn't mean that in a derogatory way when I said me and Achilles have had our discussions, but we have. And I respect what he believes. If he still believes in a flat earth, I got to respect that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get in his face and tell him, you're wrong, you're a heretic, and whatever. Go ahead.
Do you know Steven's living at Kentland?
I've known for some time that Steven's in it. I'll just say that.
Is that crazy? I think even Skylar might be there.
I'm pretty sure Skylar was kicked out of DAL and the gas station.
And then the city kicks him out, then the state kicks him out, then the country kicks him out, the planet kicks him out. Oh.
Even the Illuminati kicked him out.
Yeah. Yeah. Father Charles, what do you think of that? I think that Lupin said this before too. that the Catholic Church created Islam. People try to say that.
I don't know where that's just fantasy. That's all I'll say.
He gets it from Kent.
Yeah, Kent used to say that.
He still does, yeah. So my question is, when are we all going to get together and go call Steven and let him get our side since he's doing a movie?
Right? Doesn't he want it to be fair and balanced with,
now this is all I'll say about that. Boland's the perfect guy for that. He is for that movie because it'll be total fantasy.
I think Mark, you will be the bad guy.
Oh, I'm the protagonist or antagonist.
Yeah,
nice.
Exactly.
You will be the J.R. Ewing.
I'll be the Jesuit. Oh boy. So I do want to read a couple of passages, but I've got to find another one real quick. In Matthew, I was just talking about 24:14. I want to read that, which does also include about them which are in Judea flee to the mountains. But I'm looking for something a little more specific, sort of.
The passage with run to the mountains. No, I agree. That's what Jesus was talking about.
Yeah.
I don't have a Bible in front of me, and don't take that wrong, Mark. I'm just saying.
No, that's cool.
You can mention. I'm talking about. That was the first one that came to my mind when Jesus said, he's getting ready to ascend into heaven, and he says, fear not, I am with you always, even until the end of the age. I think the best translation for that is the end of time. So, anyway, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it wasn't Luke. Dang it, I just had it, and I went past it, thinking I missed it. All right, so Luke 23.
I need to get some bottled water. I'm going to run over to we have sheets up here. Hopefully I don't lose you guys.
Okay, I'm not in the right chapter. I was in 24. Okay, so in Luke 23 verses 28 through 30. This is when Jesus is walking to where he's going to be crucified, and Simon takes the cross. I'll start in 27. It says, "And there followed him a great company of people, and of women which also bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus, turning to them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are coming in which they will say, Blessed are the barren, and the wombs that never bore, and the paps which never gave suck." Okay? So
I know where you're going with this. I agree with you. It already happened.
Yeah, going back to Matthew 24, let's see. I'll start at 14. "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness to all nations, and then shall the end come. Then it's the abomination. Let him be in which is in Judea flee to the mountains. Blah 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 blah." And it says in verse 19, "And woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. Pray that your flight not be in the winter or on the Sabbath." Well, those days, the end, which is clearly laid out in pretty plain English here in Matthew 24, it includes the woe to those that are with child and give suck. And when Jesus was going to the cross in Luke 23, he looks to the women who are crying and weeping for him and says, "Don't cry for me, cry for yourself and your children." So that day, I'm thinking is the end. Is that is the conclusion of the tribulation and the beginning of God's wrath. And that was, that how were they to escape? Not by rapture, but by fleeing to the mountains of Judea.
I don't believe in a rapture like
Me
they
either.
would believe in a rapture.
Me either. I think that's a spiritual thing that's ongoing when we get saved we are caught up forever. I mean,
Right.
I do believe in the once saved always saved, but I throw a caveat in there, if truly saved. Like if you're actually one of the elect, then once you're saved, you're always saved. I think there's a lot of people who claim to be Christians and are not, and the Bible even talks about those who claim to be Jews and are not. Yeah, you talk about predestination. I think that
Hang on, Mark. I'm getting me a bottled water. I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries.
I'm going into the store. It should take just a minute or two.
I just, while he's getting his stuff, Simon, I think you are kind of leaning in the preterist camp as well.
Yes.
Look, I just don't see how the last days are anything other than what happened in the first century. I mean, if you read Hebrews,
Yeah,
the
it's
very
the
beginning of
end
Hebrews,
of the old covenant.
Yeah, the end of the old covenant, which could even be described as the old heaven and the old earth, because the temple itself was kind of a microcosm of the universe. The way it was laid out, you have to go to the center to commune with God, which was the Holy of Holies. Now we can commune with God through Christ Jesus. It's not the same. There's a different economy of the way that God doles out salvation and how he communes with the saints. It's now we have direct access to God. We can pray to the Father through Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit presents our prayers to him. And actually changes the words when we say the wrong stuff. The Holy Spirit's like our editor. It's like, okay, I know what you mean, so I'm just gonna put it this way.
Yeah.
But that was the old heaven and the old earth. They had to sacrifice. They had to go into the temple. They had to, once a year, praying and atoning for sins, like over and over and over and over. But Jesus was the final sacrifice. There's no more sacrifice. If a third temple is built, it's going to be an abomination.
Yeah.
I just don't think there will ever be a third temple built.
No, I don't believe that either.
Unless, of course, they tear down the Dome of the Rock or whatever, that temple that is, or that Muslim. What is that place called? Is it the Dome of the Rock? That's on the Temple Mount.
Yeah, I know which one. I mean, I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, like that is the most holy site for Islam, like next to Mecca.
Yeah.
I think it's even more holy
it
than
would
Mecca.
be like that. If they tear that down right now, it would be World War III.
Yeah, well, it'd be worse than World War III, because they're not going to worry about men, women, and children fighting and conscription in certain ages. Every Muslim in the Middle East is going to descend upon Israel, and it's going to be friggin' ugly.
I'm back.
I mean, we're talking about 1 billion people,
We missed you.
that are going to be ready to die for, that action. Yeah, there's no way. The Dome of the Rock is going to be there. It's going to stay there. It's going to be Islam there, and if the Jews try to change that, it's going to be really bad. Really, really, really bad. There's going to be a lot of death. A lot. And unfortunately, our country is probably going to partake in that too.
Yeah.
But then again, it's this is modern Israel we're talking about, the secular nation of Israel. You don't have to be a practicing Jew to have citizenship in Israel. You just have to have Jewish blood. You can be an atheist. There's lots of atheists that are Jews. There's lots of non-practicing Jews that are just Jew by blood, and that's Israel for you. I mean, yeah, they have their Orthodox Jews and everything that are practicing, but they're not the majority. They're a minority. Now, with the birth rate that they're going through, they certainly could become a majority in like 20 years or so, but they're not. I mean, we're not dealing with the same people even.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm not saying like Israel, the country today, doesn't have the right to exist or anything.
No.
Nothing like that. But I am saying that it's not the same as the biblical Israel. It's just not. Geographically, yes. In name, yes. But I mean, I can go stand in a garage and call myself a car. Doesn't make
sure?
me one. Yeah, I can do that right now.
Sure.
How you
I
know
don't
it
know.
doesn't?
Nowadays you can.
Yeah, he identifies as a car.
Yeah, I identify as a car. But guess what? I'm still a human being.
Are you
Right?
sure?
Nobody's gonna believe me if I tell them I'm a car. Now there might be
Are
some
you
people
sure?
that will
He
placate me
identifies
and
one.
affirm my identity, but I think everybody in their right mind would be like, he's not really a car, but I'm just gonna, play along to make him feel better.
Time for an oil change.
Oh, nope. Please no oil change. I hate oil changes. Oh my goodness.
Gas. I don't.
Yeah.
I can imagine he identifies
Hit it, Billy.
Charles identifies one.
That one's not me.
Was that you, Mark?
Charles farted.
That was you, Mark.
Okay.
The guy on the motorcycle farted.
I was about to say, I think Charles had someone on a motorcycle go by.
Father Charles, do you identify as a car?
I'm trying to think what I identified as when I woke up this morning.
Okay.
Do you,
Yeah,
Mark?
He put one of his favorite.
Someone has their blinker on.
And
That's Father Charles.
What's that?
Remember that sound? Guess what time it is?
Oh wait, that might have been me that had the things on.
Father Charles
It was one of us.
Mark Stoney in there. It was funny.
Do you,
That
Mark,
was the
know?
quacking duck that goes off every day at 2:15. That Wesley got so pissed off at me about.
It's your daughter's coming home.
She'll be school's out in like 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's you waking up before your daughter gets home.
Yeah, that was great when Wesley.
I mean, sometimes I have to be reminded what time it is.
Wesley says you're Allah.
Yeah, last Friday, me and
You're a Jesuit Allah.
Stayed up to like 2 a.m.
Oh yeah. I woke up at 2 a.m. and couldn't get back to sleep. So
I get that too.
I did take like an hour nap when I got up to wake my daughter up. I went back to bed and I didn't even get to say bye to her today.
Oh. You didn't get your teddy, and she could tuck you in, and you get your teddy bear.
I don't have a teddy, but I do have a fat cat, a skinny cat, and a dumb dog that all pile up in my bed at night.
I got a teddy bear. My wife got it for me.
You got a bunch of dolls too. You play with your dolls.
No, mine just sit on a shelf.
That's funny what kids said.
Chasing Zelda around all day long. Got to get some work done.
Yeah.
I thought about actually putting Zelda as the font for that brown nose bowling.
Don't be chasing Zelda ball, baby. Oh. That's a Kent version of that song. Don't be chasing Zelda ball, baby.
Yeah, don't chase Zelda. Even though Legends of Zelda is just the name of the game, the main character's name is Link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No else have the middle name of Link?
It's Princess Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of chasing Zelda, learn how to take a shower. 18 seconds, I knew it. Shower, the water's hot.
Yeah, I'm ready for that water.
I'm in and out in a minute 50.
Mark,
We were informed he got his hot tub fixed. I'm sorry, go ahead, Logan.
Well, that's all right. Hot tub? He got a hot tub in there?
Oh, Kent? Yeah, he's got a hot tub.
What if he had Steven in there and Lupin?
Well, what they do in their private time is on their thing.
Strangers in the night.
You know?
I better shut up.
comparing telescopes, huh? Oh.
What?
Oh, I should have said that. Oh.
So, Chuck, now that you're back, I do have a question. So, what you said that I need to separate some things about the
Yeah,
end.
get on BibleNet, whatever, and there's programs
Buy
on the
my
web.
book.
And it just ask the program to give you all verses about the end of the world, and just go through the verses. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way I would. It was best for me to break it down that way. So.
Well, sure, but I know a lot of these verses already pretty much by heart. But so you're saying that we're in the last days, that it could be any time that Jesus returned, right?
The last days began with the birth of Christ.
Right.
So it could have happened any time from, and I'm not excluding what we talked about the nation of Israel. I agree with you. A lot. Matthew 24, 98% of Matthew 24 talks about what's going to happen in 70 AD, roughly, right? So no problem there, Mark, and a lot of it in Revelation as well. Yeah. I'm just saying you need to separate all the end. Preterism, I don't think it's an evil thing. I think it's a great thing. It gets people something to think about. Like you say, the scales fell off your eyes as far as looking at it from a historical perspective, and I agree with that.
It was so confusing.
There's other verses you can't, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Oh God, I sound like Ken. My humble opinion, though, seriously, is that you need to really dissect all the verses throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. I don't know. Maybe you've done that already. I don't know. I've never asked you that.
I wouldn't say that I've done it all, but I have done obscene amount.
And then, wait, let me just real brief. And then in the New Testament, look up what the Greek really, most Bibles are a good translation, but look at the Greek yourself. And for the Old Testament, look at the Hebrew. And even go to the Septuagint, okay, which is a Greek Old Testament, as I'm sure you know. And, even go that far. And then we'll talk about it again. I mean, I'm not saying we're ending it here. I'll go as long as you want. I haven't been on any shows in a while, and I enjoy talking to you about theology anyway. But anyway, that's what I would suggest.
Cool. I do that already. I really do. I
figured you did. I didn't know. I just wanted to throw it out there. That's all.
Yeah. So I
didn't mean to imply that you lacked in that, in any of your knowledge. I just thought I'd throw something out there that maybe you haven't done. But I wasn't being presumptuous that you hadn't. I just thought I'd throw it out there. Go on. I'm babbling on there.
It's all good. Yeah, the verse I wanted to bring up, which you kind of already answered by saying that the last days began with Jesus. That's certainly affirmed in Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1. It says, God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spoke in time past to the fathers by the prophets, he in these last days spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, by whom he made the worlds. So, Jesus' days were the last days. Otherwise, the author of Hebrews wouldn't have worded it like that, saying, in these last days. So, we know that the last days were when Jesus came into the world and he spoke to people. He spoke to us. That's how God spoke to us, was through Jesus. I mean, Jesus is God. That's how he communicated with people when Jesus was here on earth. But those were the last days. But we also know that Hebrews was written after the crucifixion and the resurrection. So these last days are still in effect at that time.
Right.
And if you read the New Testament and start paying attention to the imminent speech that's used, there's so much of it. It's like things that must shortly come to pass. It's like coming quickly. It's like the time is at hand. It's now. Like the axe is laid
Well,
bare to the root of the trees. That's what
right.
is in John. I mean, it's very evident that the last days were in the first century. You're never
Where do
going to
you
be able to
hold
get
that?
that point across.
Where do you hold that the Book of Revelation was written?
68 AD, probably in the spring before Nero committed suicide.
We had this discussion before. Yeah, this is another one we disagree on. I'm sorry. I'm of the camp that Revelation was written by John during what is it, Dalmatian, 90 to 100 AD. Yeah.
Well, we don't even know if John survived to 100 AD. You know, we do know that he was on Patmos when Nero was emperor. He was exiled by Nero to the Isle of Patmos, and we also know that he was going to leave that island. So we know he didn't die on Patmos because the Bible says he's going to go preach to kings. Can't do that in exile.
Well, I'd say that Domitian put him on Patmos. See, that's what I mean. That's where I think we hit it. That's where our separation begins. Bad word, but just for the sake of it. Yeah.
Would you like to know why I hold that it was written in early 68 AD?
Sure.
Revelation 17:10. I'm having to flip the pages, and I guess I'm not really driving anymore, so I might as well stop my game. Give me a second. Let me turn this off so I'm not just wasting energy and stuff.
Okay.
I can pay it. Oh, I was already. There we go. Okay, cool. So Revelation 17:10. 7:16. Here it is. Okay, 17:10. It says, and there are 7 kings, 5 have fallen, and 1 is. And the other is not yet come, and when he comes, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goes into perdition. I believe that 8th is the Antichrist. He's the one that goes into perdition. He's the one that destroyed Jerusalem. Well, that's Titus. And it lines up if you consider Julius Caesar as the first king. I know he wasn't an emperor, but if you consider him the first king of Rome, which he was a dictator, and you count the next 6, the next 5, there's 5 that have fallen. So Julius, gosh, I can't name all the rest of them without looking at them. That's my memory for you. But the one that is would be Nero. If 5 have fallen since Julius, and 1 is, that'd be Nero. And if you read in Daniel, we know that there's 3 little horns that are plucked up. Well, what happened after Nero's death, Rome was plunged into 3 consecutive civil wars and had 4 emperors within a span of 1 year. Now, those 3 emperors, which I say are the little horns, was Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, who had very short reigns. But then here comes Vespasian, who is the 7th. He's the 7th. And since here in verse 12, it says that, 11, it says that in the beast it was and is not, even he is the 8th and is of the 7. So the 7 would be Julius through Vespasian, not counting the 3 little horns that are plucked up because Daniel said they'd be plucked up. And then that would make Titus the 8th. He's of the 7. And that seems like it fits too perfectly because Titus did go into perdition. He did go into, which perdition means destruction. He's going to destroy. He's conquering. It's destruction. Titus did that. He went into Israel and completely destroyed it, leveled it, the temple, took it down one brick by another. But my question concerning you're saying that it was under perdition,
Yeah,
who would be the three little horns?
Well, let me tell you why. Domitian, because I'll be as bold as to say 90% of scholars date the book of Revelation to between 90 and 100 AD.
Yeah,
So
and I think they're wrong.
So, and I'm not saying in this case the majority rules. That's just the way I go. So that's where the problem of verses of the end of the world come up, and even in Revelation. Although a lot of Revelation, I would agree with you. I can't cite verses right now, unfortunately. If I was in front of my computer, I would. But anyway.
Sure. So my question
anyway,
is
that's my problem with 100% preterism. Okay, that's where it falls apart for me, because I go with the majority. Yeah, but John's talking about the one that is Domitian. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, if Domitian was the one that is, that would make him the 8th, right?
Right.
So that would make Titus the 7th, Vespasian the 6th. I don't know if no, you couldn't use the Otho, Galba, and Vitellius as the 3 that were plucked up because they're out of order now. Because the 6th king is the one that is, which I say is Nero.
Right. No, you have a good argument. I'm not saying it's a bad argument. I'm just saying that's where we split. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I mean,
because the reason we split, Mark, is because I go with the scholars that and it's probably higher than 90%. I'm being conservative. I am.
I understand that argument too, but I'm presenting an argument from the internal evidence of Scripture, knowing the secession of the Roman imperial cult, which was the deified rulers of Rome, which Julius Caesar was the first one that was deified as a god.
Right.
I believe that the Roman imperial cult was these kings. That's what Revelation 17:10 is talking about. Those are the kings, because Rome is the fourth beast. The other beasts were.
Now we're getting into history too.
Sure.
And plenty of people disagree with me on this, but Caesar was deified. All right, it was after his death. I would say Augustine was the first. Caesar's nephew was the first. Augustine. Augustus was. He felt he was a god. He proclaimed he was a god. Caesar never really proclaimed he was God. He was deified after his death. But anyway, again, I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Was it after his death?
Yeah.
I'm sure Caesar did a triumph.
No.
Had a triumph. It was after him. Julius Caesar didn't have a triumph?
He had a.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there, Deviant. I would have referred to you. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm just hearing voices, and I knew all your voices, and I didn't hear you talk. So I apologize. I would have deferred to you on this point. Go ahead.
She's been very
careful,
quiet.
depending on the voices.
No, so Julius Caesar.
Hang on, Logan. Deviant. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so
I'm not going to tell you to hang on. This is your show. I'm sorry. I was out of line.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So Caesar had the kind of triumph that they had after winning not just a battle, but conquering a foreign land. Mm-hmm. They had a triumph going through Rome with all of the spoils that they had taken, slaves and gold and whatever, all of it, just to show off. And Caesar had those. I'm talking about Julius Caesar. It had nothing to do with being deified. It was a long-standing. So the Roman Republic which Caesar was a part of,
Mhm.
was a what's it called? A militaristic
Triumph. Yeah, militaristic triumph. Good.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on. I'm sorry. I was just
It's okay.
Sure.
And he had those, but he was never deified. Actually, him being murdered and stabbed to death outside of the Senate on April 15.
The Ides of
40
March. Wait, never mind.
Yeah.
That's not right.
the 15th
Yeah.
of March. Did I say April?
Yes.
Maybe,
You said April.
Yeah, no, it's March. It's March 15th of March. 44 BCE. Had to do with a fear of him wanting to or trying to deify himself. It wasn't the sole reason, but it was part of it. Because they
Right.
didn't want a god king, and he was already made a dictator, which had nothing to do really with what we see as dictators today. I mean, the word is the same, and it stems from that concept, but it's not the same as you were elected to be dictator. So no, he was never deified. He, though, brought in, you could say, the idea of a god king into Rome, and I would be very surprised if he wasn't the one who kind of introduced it to his adoptive son, which actually was his nephew, which is Augustus, or Octavian, as he was called. That was his name. Okay, Octavian was his name. He
Right.
later on became Augustus.
Mm-hmm. So I've got this. Can you guys see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've got.
Can you enlarge it a bit?
Yes.
Because I can only make out that there are Roman coins.
Yeah. Well, they're representative of the 12 Caesars. So looking at Revelation 17:10. All right. There are 7 kings. Right. It says 7. 5 have fallen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 have fallen, right? And 1 is.
Sure, but who is the first Caesar? Because the first
Julius
one...
Caesar is the first Caesar.
Yeah, and he was never a king.
He was a Caesar. I mean,
yeah,
look.
that's his family name. So yeah, he was a Caesar, but he was never part of the. The word escapes me. It's so simple.
The Roman imperial cult? Of course he was.
Yes. No. He wasn't, because that came about with Augustus. He's the one starting it, not Julius Caesar. As I said, he was never an emperor. He was never deified either.
I think when it speaks of kings, it means like rulers.
But he wasn't that either. He was part of the Senate. It was a republic, so he wasn't. I mean, all of the gents in the Senate were rulers, including Caesar.
Right. That's right.
So, all right. I know you guys can see me drawing on this, and the reason I'm doing this.
Mark. If you start with Augustus, let's and I don't know if this will work out mathematically to Scripture. I'm talking about the what is it, 7 kings?
Yeah, 5 have fallen, 1 is.
Right. So
I start with the first.
If you just put Vespasian in, does that work out up to Domitian?
Well, here, let me explain what I got going on here.
Okay.
This is the who I'm saying is the Antichrist. The AC. And that's I'm sorry, I'm absolutely not good at typing with my mouse. Well, anyway, so
No one is. It's okay.
Going by Revelation 17:10, it says there are 7 kings, right? 5 have fallen. You've got Julius Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and 1 is. That would be Nero. Now, hang on, I think my daughter's banging on my door. The door's not locked. It's not even locked. What the heck? Oh. Grace, come here. Grace, get back in this house. Come on. You know what? Never mind. Just, sorry. Real life is getting in the way. Grace, come on. You know what? Forget it. She's gonna have to have her collar on. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Someone's whining. I can hear her whining.
She's not whining. That was my squeaky door.
Oh, okay. I thought it was her. Like, no, I
See?
don't want to come in.
Squeaky door. Come on, Grace. There we go. Now she's in.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see my thing on the screen there, so I was like, was I booted? Am I in backstage?
All right. So let me kind of start over. Not really start over, but summarize where I was. So Revelation 17:10, 7 kings, 5 have fallen, 1 is. You start with Julius as the first Caesar, which is the first Caesar. The first 5 have fallen. Nero would be the one that is. Now you go into Daniel chapter 7 in verse 8. Daniel writes, I considered the horns, and behold, there come up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and speaking great things. So,
Mark, I have to interrupt. Who do you say are the 3 little horns again?
Galba, this one. Otho, this one. And I'm putting little horns over them. I'm not sure what that little doodle was, but I tried to draw little horns of them pointing up because they're plucked up. So you got Galba, Otho, and Vitellis. And I'm saying those are the ones that were plucked up because their reigns were very, very short. They never really had control of Rome. Rome was in a civil war.
Right.
Well, here comes Vespasian. Right? So he is going to be the 7th, right? So these are the 7 kings. But what we read in Revelation chapter 17 of the 7, the 7th is not the Antichrist. It's the 8th that's of the 7. So we don't count Galba, Otho, and Vitellius in that count because their reigns were impotent. And that makes Vespasian the 7th. That makes Titus the 8th of the 7. It fits. It does. If you do it that way. Now, I have not been able to find any other explanation that includes the 3 plucked up horns in this count, which is important. We read in Daniel. Daniel sounds a lot like Revelation sounds a lot like Daniel in the way that it's written because John drew from Daniel.
Yes,
I can't find any other succession of rulers, kings, Caesars, whatever that fits Revelation 17:10 and Daniel 7:8.
Keep looking, brother.
I show me. How does Domitian fit? How is Domitian the one that is? Because that would be let's see, 5 have fallen, so that'd be this guy fallen, this guy fallen, this guy fallen, this guy fallen, and this guy fallen.
Well,
and then that excludes
now that's
every.
a study. That's a study I'd have to do. Again, just so you know, I'm not making fun of you. I'm not at all.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
Or the scripture. I'm not counting kings kings. I'm not counting kings. I'm going with where they date the Book of Revelation. That's how I come up with the.
Well, listen,
and,
Chuck.
And talking about it. Wait, and talking about an Antichrist. Some scholars would say Domitian was actually worse than Nero.
I didn't say Nero was the Antichrist. I said Titus was. Titus is the one. Yeah, Titus is the one that actually stood in the temple. Titus is the one whose soldiers worshipped him on the steps of the temple. Right. And if you read in the Talmud, it's recorded that Titus had sex with a prostitute in the Holy of Holies on top of a Torah scroll. That sounds like a desecration to me. He did declare himself to be God when he thrust his sword through the temple veil and blood came forth, and he says, "I just killed God." That's also recorded in the Talmud. But let's see. What was I going to say? Yeah, okay. And this is with all due respect, Chuck. I'm not trying to demean you or your beliefs or anything like that, but to say I believe the consensus, the majority of scholars date the book, is an appeal to authority or an appeal to a consensus. It's actually both. An appeal to authority and consensus, which is a fallacious argument. What I've done is presented you an outline of kings that I believe fits the biblical narrative.
And
the
I
5 have
understand
fallen and 1 is. The one that is would be Nero. That would mean that Revelation was written before 70 AD. And then it just follows with the 3 kings, Galba, Otho, and Vitellius. It follows that they would be the 3 that were plucked up, making Vespasian the 7th, and then the 8th, which goeth into perdition, would be Titus, and he very well did that.
So can I just?
Mark, well, one thing. This is real quick, Deviant. Real quick, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark. We need to take a trip down 95 right now. I'm kidding. Go on, Deviant.
I love you, Chuck.
No, I was just going to say about the argument from authority. It's actually not a logical fallacy through and through. It can be if the authority is faulty. However, if the authority is a sound and what's the word? Pertinent authority, then it's okay. So to point to scholars within a field is not the fallacious logic. It's not a fallacious argument to make, especially if you're not yourself or the one you're talking to is
I'm saying
authority.
I'm saying that the scholars are wrong. I'm saying they are faulty.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm demonstrating why I say that.
Not what. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, when Chuck is appealing to authority, he is not making a fallacious argument or committing a logical fallacy. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I would disagree, and here's why. If you appeal to an authority and you don't know why they've made the declaration that they have, and you're only appealing to them as an authority in what they've said, and you don't understand the methodology that brought them to their conclusion, that would make it fallacious. If you're just saying, oh, well, the critics or the scholars say this, and that must be right. Well, why do they say it? What's their methodology? I've outlined my methodology, my outline for why I believe Revelation was written under Nero before he died, because of Revelation 17:10, and then going even deeper, bringing Daniel 7:8, which is where John draws a lot of his writings in Revelation is from Daniel. We see that there are 3 little horns that are plucked up, And then after that, there's another little horn that has the eyes and speaks great things. I believe
but are you
well, how about
are
you
you
ask
knowledgeable about the methodology used?
Well, that's the problem. I can't find anybody's methodology other than it's a consensus. I don't see anybody that's done what I've done as far as the numbering the Caesars, starting with Julius, while also incorporating Daniel 7:8, because that's important as well. It
Sure,
points to the little horn, which is Titus, in my view.
That
Well,
could
Mark,
could be because the error is further back in the chain. So, for instance, I'm just speculating because I have no idea myself. But it could be, for instance, the methodology you're using is mute because the books aren't the book isn't written then or in that language, or do you see what I mean? So that could be the reason that it's. I'm just saying that there could be something previous in the investigative chain, so to speak, and that being the reason, because there is no scholarly work that is done simply by saying, oh, it's the consensus, because that consensus has come from something. So there has to be some, yeah.
Well, they look at the time frame. One of the methodologies is the time frame the 7 churches were established. So if John's talking about these 7 churches that are firmly established in Asia Minor, okay, that's one that popped into my head. One of the reasons they date the book between 90 and 100 AD is because of the 7 churches. John writing to all 7 churches, they were fully and firmly established. I might be a little bit off here, but between 85 and 100 AD. That's why they use all these approximate dates. But the 7 churches were not established in the 50s or 60s.
No, I'm not saying the 50s, like 68, right before 70 AD, you know?
Right.
So, like, literally right before Nero was dead. I mean, you've got... Okay. I don't know how the methodology, other than tradition. That's what I've found, is their methodology for coming up with the later date for the writing of Revelation seems to fall on tradition. I've presented what I say is internal evidence with the scripture
and historical history about the 7 churches that John's writing to, and there's other things as well.
Those 7 churches. Why do you say those 7 churches were not there? They weren't established?
They weren't fully established until around 85. Fully established until around 85 AD.
That's a new one for me. I've not heard that before.
Well, look, check me out. You know, I might be wrong about 85. I'm trying to be generous here. It might be. I'm thinking it's around the mid 80s, but it could be as firmly established around 90. But I'm thinking I'm right about 85. But check me out. I'm going to check myself out when I get home.
Let's see. The 7 churches mentioned in the book of Revelation were established in various cities in Roman province of Asia, modern-day West Turkey, during the early Christian era. While specific dates for the establishment of each church are not provided within the text itself, historical records and traditions offer some insights. Right. So Ephesus was a major city, important Asia Minor. The Christian community in Ephesus was likely founded by the Apostle Paul during his missionary journeys in the 1st century AD, possibly around the mid-1st century. Smyrna, modern-day Izmir, was another prominent city in Asia Minor. The Christian community in Smyrna is believed to have been established during the apostolic period, likely in the 1st century AD. Pergamum, modern-day Bergama, was an ancient city known for its cultural and religious significance. The Christian community in Pergamum was likely found in the 1st century AD.
Yeah, they're all
Thyatira, also
Mark,
1st
Mark.
century.
They're all going to. They're all going to say the 1st century AD.
Of course,
It's where we're going to split again I'm sorry, you're going with what, 60, 65?
No, 68. I'm going to say
I'm sorry.
the spring of 68, because it was the fall of 68 AD when Nero committed suicide or was killed.
Right.
There's
And you're right. I'm appealing to authority because they place John writing them 7 churches before the end of the 1st century, 90 to 100. So.
Right. Well, 68 AD was before the end of the 1st century too.
Right. That's what I mean. So we're going to split anyway. Because you're right. I am appealing to authority, and I think you got to. I'm by no means laughing at your theory here. I think
I don't feel like you are.
I feel like you put together a good theory. We'll have to have this discussion again. But see, it's all a matter of what, 30 years.
Aiden says if John was an adult during Christ's ministry, he would have been bare minimum 80 years old if he wrote it in 90 AD. Huh. Never thought of that either.
We're talking about John of Patmos.
Yeah, but
right.
and this is total speculation. Aiden's right, but I'm not trying to split hairs with Aiden, but they think John could have been as young as 13 years old when he started following Christ. So.
Yeah.
But he could have lived to be 80, 85 too, you know. That's what
we don't know.
That's what I meant to say. I'm not going to split hairs with Aiden over. I don't know when he says adult. John was an adult. They considered a boy in the ancient world an adult at, well, right around 13 years old. Yeah.
They sure did.
So that would put John in his, late 70s, mid 70s, whatever. That's what I mean. And now we're starting to split hairs. And I refuse to split hairs.
That's okay.
Well, Chuck,
these are the kind of conversations I like to have because we're not calling each other's names and being total idiots and a-holes towards each other.
Calling you a Jesuit.
Calling me a Jesuit priest, but
I didn't call you a Jesuit one time during our theological discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. But what I would like from you, and I'm not saying like you have to do it right now or any time in the super near future, but I have asked you this before to produce a list because I think Revelation 17 is pretty clear. Whoever is in Revelation 17:10, the 6th king who is, had to have been alive when John wrote, because he's like, there were 7 kings, 5 have fallen, and 1 is. So that to me says he's writing that whenever this king is alive. So what I would ask is for you to show me a list, like I've done, that enumerates the kings, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that fall, who the 5th one is when Revelation was written, while also taking into account, the little horns being plucked up, and then the 7th of the 7 kings, and then the 8th that is of the 7. Kind of like what I did, but with.
I got you. You want me to break down these kings? I got you.
Yeah, I want you to show me how Domitian is the 6th king.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think so. I've tried. I've looked at it every which way I can, and it just doesn't work. Not in any methodology that I've been able to use.
Did you try Domitian as the 6th king though?
Yeah. I can't make it fit.
Okay.
I can't make it fit. I wish I could, because then I could agree with everybody else. But I'm not the kind of person that just because everybody else says it, I'm just going to go along with it. I want to know why they say it. I want to know the alternative viewpoints, and I want to weigh the evidence against each other and figure out which one carries the most weight. I just feel like, with Nero not being the Antichrist, but the king who is at the time that Revelation is written, which would make Titus the Antichrist, the little horn, because he's the 8th and of the 7th, excluding Galba, Otho, and Vitellius because they didn't really reign.
Right. Yeah, they were short-lived.
3 civil wars in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's my apologetic for the date of Revelation being, 68 AD. Could have even been sooner than that. But I think with Revelation saying that these things must shortly come to pass, I think it would be towards the end of Nero's reign as emperor, because, shortly come to pass, we're talking about, maybe a year or two, if that. Not even. Not 2,000 years, But Mackenzie's home now, and I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here and spend some time with my girly girl.
All right, my friend.
Hey,
I gotta feed the grandkids.
before you hop off of there, go ahead and share with everyone the newest updated version of Brown Nose Bowling.
Oh, I sure will. I gotta open it up and stuff. Give me just a second.
I smoothed out the nose a little bit there, so.
Okay. It looks exactly the same.
Not exactly. It's got Zelda font on it and everything.
Okay, I see that now. All right.
And the nose is a little more smoothed out.
Just a little bit. Oh, I gotta go.
Plus, it'd be a good laugh for everyone before everyone leaves.
Yeah. Where is that? Where'd it go?
Now I'm looking at the screen, my phone.
You know how I feel while driving.
Right.
But to be fair, I've got mine propped up on a windshield usually, so it's just a quick glance. Oh gosh. There's our brown nose bowling.
That's him, all right.
Well.
Where did Fire Charles go? Oh, there he is. Ah,
there's somewhere.
Where? What? Did I miss it?
A soot kettle.
Where's Mark?
I think he shared the picture and ran off.
There.
I don't know how I went away. Aiden was on here, and then I went away. What happened?
You put it as your picture, huh?
I have secretly infiltrated your stream, gentlemen and ladies.
All right, but for real, I'm gonna hop out of here. Y'all have a wonderful day. Thanks for having this conversation with me, Chuck. That was fun.
It was fun, and I'll put together my methodology for you.
Cool, awesome. All right, have a great day, everybody. Goodbye.
I'll remind you to do it later.
Bye.
Hi, Brother Charles.
Hello.
What you doing?
I'm driving.
Where are you going?
What road you driving on?
It's not 95. I'm on Pennsylvania 74.
It's been years since I've been on that road. I'm on 77 in South Carolina right now.
The show been on long now. I think about shutting it down. Thank you, everyone, for coming on.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ghost.
I need to talk to you when the show's over.
Talk to who?
You.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Me.
Bye, everyone.
It's on Billy,